whispered to her. Either accept my proposal, or suffer the consequences. What is your choice? Any other street rat would have turned on their leader. Veliana was unlike any other member. James has saved me 100 times, she said. Kill me, or let me go. I will not turn traitor and knife him in the dark. Thren sighed. A shame. I will not kill you, Veliana. That was not part of the deal. Gelaius required you as his price for telling me of your conspiring with Jarrand. I had no intention of paying it. But then again, I never thought you'd refuse the position I offered you. A shiver of disgust ran up and down her spine. Now she understood why they'd stripped her naked. They'd even healed the wound on her shoulder where the arrow had pierced clean through. She closed her eyes, trying not to think of the ugly man's black teeth, twisted face, and stubby fingers. She almost changed her mind. Thren paused, as if waiting for her to break. When she didn't, he put his back to her. Remember, Haern, she heard him say, things will never go as you plan. Prepare for anything, and be willing to sacrifice everything. Even beauty. Veliana saw the boy standing next to Thren, staring at her with his blue eyes. She could not decipher his look, his face remarkably controlled. And then he spoke the words that sealed his fate to her. Yes, father, she heard the boy say. If Gelaius didn't take her life, Veliana swore revenge. Not on Thren, not directly. She'd only fail against someone so skilled. But the boy, the groomed heir, him she could kill. Him she could make suffer. Maybe, just maybe, Thren might feel as helpless then as she felt now. Haern took one torch, Will the other. They walked away from the forest, toward the western gate. The torches faded away and then died. In the starlight, she watched them pass a hobbled form approaching the other way. Her way. She didn't want to imagine what they might do to James. She was their only real hope for easy manipulation of the Ash Guild. What might they do now? Crush it completely, perhaps. Or perhaps nothing. The rest of the guilds were doing a fine job of rending the Ash Guild to pieces. Veliana struggled against her chains. Their original purpose had been for the execution of criminals outside the city, who were left for wolves and coyotes to come and eat. While the punishment was gruesome, the spectacle was rarely witnessed and too random in its length. 50 years ago, the Valor line had instead instituted beheadings held before the castle steps. Quicker, bloodier, and a much better spectacle. Given how old the chains were, Veliana pleaded for one of them to break. They didn't. From the corner of her eye she could see the manacle on one of her wrists. Black steel, clean and polished. Thren had brought his own chains. Of course he had. He wouldn't make such a stupid mistake as letting her escape because of some rusted manacles. Gelaius was getting closer. He was a fat shadow sliding across the wall, worse than any monster in her childhood stories. "Please, gods," she whispered. "Any god. Get me out. I'll do anything, but get me out of here." She pulled so hard on her bindings that her wrists bled. "Don't cry," she told herself. "Don't cry. Don't cry." "Hello, girl." Gelaius breathed into her ear. Tears trickled down her cheeks. "Oh, no, no, no," he whispered. "Don't cry." "Fuck you," she whispered back. He laughed, not at all bothered. She was shackled and helpless. He had all night. "Nothing personal," Gelaius said as he pressed the tip of his dagger against her right eyebrow. I'll milk Gerund and the crown for all the gold I can. Then take just as much from Thren and his ilk. I'll turn the rats on each other and grow so very wealthy from it. He pressed the dagger into her flesh. Blood trickled around her eye. She blinked against its sting. All night, he said as he slowly dragged the dagger downward. I have all night. He cut her eyebrow, her eyelid, and then her eye. She screamed. Gelaius rammed his mouth over hers, drinking in her scream like it was a fine wine. His smell hit her, followed by his tongue. It was slimy, wet, warm. She vomited into his mouth. He drank that too. He pulled back, smiled at her, and then flew to the side from a brutal kick to the head. He rolled along the hard ground, stopping only when he struck the wall. A woman wrapped in black and purple stood before Veliana, a serrated dagger in hand. She put her free hand against the vicious wound on Veliana's face, her fingers gently touching the flesh. Blood pooled across the cloth around her fingers, yet strangely was not absorbed into it. Veliana looked into the white cloth over her rescuer's face, seeing only the faintest hint of green eyes. "You made an offer," the woman said to her. "Will you honor it? Swear to Carrick your life, and I will take his." Veliana could barely see Gelaius out of the corner of her good eye. He was retching on the ground, one arm leaning against the wall to prop himself up. Blood continued pouring down her face, her neck, and her slender body. The eye was useless, completely useless. What did it matter if she swore her life to a non-existent god? She wanted vengeance. She wanted to live. "I swear it," she said. "Good," the faceless woman said. Her hands were a blur about Veliana's body. One by one the locks clicked open. Veliana collapsed into the woman's arms, unable to stand. "Your name?" she asked as she clutched the woman's shoulders, one eye crying tears, the other blood. "Zusa," she replied. Gently she put Veliana to her knees on the ground and then turned toward Gelaius. The worm had stood and put his back to the wall. He still had his dagger. Clutching her sides gently, Veliana knelt and watched. "Uncalled for," she heard the worm say as the faceless woman approached. "She was given to me. Given!" He spun, his dagger lunging for Zeus's chest. It never came close. Zeus slapped it away with an open palm, kicked him in the groin, and then slammed an elbow into his forehead. Gelaius collapsed, grunting in pain. When Zeus grabbed his hair to yank his head back, he laughed. "Can't stab a worm," he said. "We just keep wiggling." She stabbed anyway. Her blade punctured only air. Gelaius's clothes were an empty pile on the grass. Zeus kicked them away but saw nothing. She looked as startled as Veliana felt. "A worm?" Veliana said. "He can't possibly be." But there was nothing there. He was gone. "Come," Zeus said, taking Veliana's hand. "Follow me to my camp. You must meet my sisters." The fire in the center of the camp had dwindled down to nothing. Zeus tossed on some branches while Veliana huddled against a tree, cold and naked. Winter was approaching, and the night air bit her skin. Zeus drew out 2 small red bricks and clapped them together above the fire. Sparks rained down upon the wood, instantly restarting the fire. Veliana knelt beside it, eager for its warmth. She kept her right eye closed, wishing she could slow the bloody tears she was constantly wiping from her face. She was stronger than this, knew she was, knew she had to be. But staring into the fire, she kept seeing Jeleus's dagger, heard the sound of her flesh tearing as the blade descended, kept remembering the pain as it stole away the vision in her eye. "Where are your sisters?" she asked as shivers ran through her body. Her revulsion at Jeleus's touch remained strong, though it felt like the fire was slowly purifying her body of it. "They will return in the morning," Zusa said. "I remained here to keep an eye on another charge of ours. I expected his idiocy to get him and his woman killed, but instead I found you tied to the wall." "I was as surprised as you were," Veliana said. She turned her back to the fire, her arms crossed over her breasts. "I'm not sure I have clothes appropriate for you," the faceless woman said. "Perhaps I could go and retrieve the strange man's—" "No," Veliana said, suppressing another shudder. "I'd rather be naked." Zusa tilted her head to the side. Veliana swore she could see green eyes studying her through the white mask across her face. Suddenly, Zusa lifted the cloth and untwisted the wrappings about her head. Veliana startled at the woman revealed beneath the wrappings. She was gorgeous by anyone's standards. Full lips, smooth cheeks, and vibrant eyes. Their deep color reminded her of pine needles. The woman ran a hand through her short, dark hair, pulling out tangles. No easy task, given how tightly it had been restricted, and how covered with sweat it was. "You're—" Veliana started to say, then realized how ridiculous it sounded. "I know," Zusa said. "Trust me. I know." She handed the wrappings to Veliana. "They're not much, but you should be able to hide your nakedness." Veliana started wrapping the black and purple cloth across her chest, pulling it tight to get as much coverage as she could. As she did, Zusa removed more and more of her wrappings from her chest and waist. Beneath, she wore a dark shift, the color so thick she needed little of the extra cloth to keep her modesty. Veliana accepted the extra wrappings and continued looping them about her body. If she walked through the streets in broad daylight, she'd earn herself many scandalous looks, but at least she was no longer naked. "Thank you," she said, sitting down once more by the fire. Zusa did not respond. She moved about the camp, preparing a tent that had been left behind unassembled. From a pack nearby she pulled out some tough meat and handed it to Veliana. She wasn't hungry, but ate anyway, preferring the salty taste to the lingering offense of bile and Jeleus on her tongue. "Why did you save me?" Veliana asked. Zusa glanced up as if the question were stupid. "Because I wanted to." Veliana smirked. It felt like an answer she might have given. "Be that as it may, I've sworn my life. I'd like to know what I'm sworn into." The faceless woman punched the last spike of the tent into the dirt with the hilt of her dagger and then stood. Without the wraps, her body looked far more relaxed and feminine. Her breasts actually had room to breathe, and Veliana couldn't help but feel both jealousy and annoyance. To have that much beauty and hide it? What was the point in that? The thought of beauty stung her deeply. She ran her fingers along the bloody wound from her eyebrow to her chin. No one would think her beautiful now. She was a scarred freak. The eye, what was left of it, ached with every breath she took. Zusa watched her trace her finger over the cut, her lips curled into a frown. "We are the faceless," she said, looking away into the forest. Her short black hair fell across her face, hiding her pained expression. "There are only 3 of us, all priestesses of Karak, and all expelled. We are considered slaves to our sex, so weak and vile that we must live outside the temple with the rest of the sinful world." "What did you do?" Veliana asked. She forced her hand away from the wound on her face. It would do no good obsessing over it now. "I bedded a priest in training," Zusa replied. "A young man named Deverick. We were young, foolish. When we were caught, he was given lashes and a 10-year penance. I was forced to become one of the faceless. Veliana huddled closer to the warmth of the fire and let the words sink in. A beautiful woman caught in bed with a priest. Rather than deal with the issue, they forced her out, hid her beauty, and declared her vile. She felt anger stir within her stomach. How could she be sworn to become one of them? Why were the gods so cruel as to put her in such a situation? Again she promised vengeance upon Thren and his son. "Your sisters?" Veliana said. "They're beautiful too, aren't they?" Zusa nodded. "We all are. Do you understand why I saved you? To see another woman hurt, humiliated, her beauty stolen by a man. I couldn't bear it. Better that you become one of us." "One of the faceless?" "My faith in Carrick has not wavered," Zusa said. She sat at Veliana's side. Gently her fingers traced the dagger wound across her eye. "I will see what Pelarac can do about that. He is our greatest priest and strongest healer. I must also have his permission to fully induct you into our order." It was all insane. Thren might think her dead, or he might hear of Jaleus's failure. She couldn't possibly leave James alone and vulnerable, could she? The guild needed her. James needed her. Carrick was nothing. The Ash Guild was family. "I can't," Veliana said. "Please. I belong to a guild, the Ash Guild. If I don't hurry back, Thren might destroy everyone I know and love." Zusa tapped at her lips, her gaze momentarily distant. "No," she said at last. "Not yet. You must meet the High Priest. I must hear his words. But afterward, I promise you, I will give you a chance to save your friends. Can you accept this, Veliana?" The idea burned her stomach, but Veliana nodded in understanding. "So be it," she said. "To the temple we go." Chapter 13. Potts hated this part of his job. He could deal with Leon's general slobbery, his impatience with setbacks, and even his temperamental, dangerous mood swings. What the old man could not stand, however, was informing Leon of current events, while the man bathed in his wooden tub. Even though his rolls of fat effectively censored him, that only seemed to make it worse. Two pretty maids worked him over with brushes, scrubbing ferociously against his skin in between splashes of hot water. Through it all, Leon giggled as if being tickled. "Master of the Connington fortune, one of 3 lords of the trifect," thought the adviser, "and yet nothing more than a fat child in a bath. If there are gods in this world, they have cruel tastes for amusement." "I've been given word from the Green Castle," Potts said after clearing his throat twice to get his master's attention. "They've sent yet another wagon of wine from their stores, though they insisted we pay extra since we've already cleared out half of their vintage." "Tell them I'll pay them that extra when I actually get the blasted bottles," Leon said, his giggles replaced by an annoying whine. "Those rogue bastards think to starve me of drink and food. It used to be just the city, but now the entire countryside is overrun with thieves and brigands. Perhaps we should send a whole army of mercenaries along the West Highway. I'll get my damn wine then." Speaking of, wine," Potts said, "our own stores have gotten uncomfortably low. Nearly every cellar in Veldaren refuses to deal with us, or part with a single bottle. Not for any price, no matter how outrageous." "I told you they meant to starve me," Leon howled. His fat shifted in the bath, splashing the two maids. They winced but held their tongues. Potts held his as well, not daring to say that he felt Leon could use a solid week of starvation. "It appears Thren has begun a new tactic," Potts said instead. "Instead of trying to bankrupt us, he's doing what he can to make our lives miserable. He's disrupted the Gemcrofts' caravans as well." "Make us miserable?" Leon fumed. They live in gutter shite and eat out of arseholes, yet they try to make me miserable? Well, he's succeeding. Remember my wagon of peaches that Thren ambushed on the King's Trip? He had his men piss all over them before feeding them to herds of swine. I'd love to piss all over that bastard's head. I'm telling you, Potts, we must strike back. This nonsense has gone on far too long. Perhaps, if you have a plan, you can bring it up at the Kensgold, Potts suggested. Ah, Leon said, sinking deeper into the bath. More water splashed out the sides. The two maids were thoroughly soaked by now, but if they were disturbed by their contact with Leon and his dirty water, they hid it well. I grow so tired of these Kensgolds. Didn't there used to be every 4 years instead of 2? They did, Potts said, but when the Trifect declared war on the guilds, it was decided that meeting more often would be best for coordinating our efforts at destroying them. The advisor coughed. It was your idea, Master. Bah! Then I was an idiot. You still are, thought Potts. One last thing, Potts said, determined to finish soon. If not, he'd be forced to endure the thoroughly grotesque sight of Leon getting out of the tub, the water dripping down from his fat in a wide circle around the floor. The maids could never get the towels around him fast enough to suppress the horrible spectacle. What's that? Leon asked. It appears that the rest of the thief guilds have turned against the Ash Guild. They've taken nearly all of their territory except for a few streets. Really? Leon asked. Did their guild master die? No, James Barron still lives. Truly, there doesn't appear to be any good reason for the cannibalism, not that I have heard. Leon scratched his chin as he thought. To have so many guilds attack them implies a severe weakness. Thren must have turned on them. It's the only thing that makes sense. Try to capture one of the Ash Guild's members before they're all dead. We might be able to snag ourselves an ally. As you wish, Potts said with a bow. He saw Leon grab the sides of the bath, preparing to stand, so he beat a hasty retreat. Kayla sat alone in her room, feeling restless. For whatever reason, Thren had not taken her and Senke with him. Only Will and his son. Senke had told her it had something to do with the Ash Guild, but would not elaborate. He had run off to do a spot of wenching, which left her alone, bored and restless. Ever since she'd rescued Robert Haern from prison, her duties had dwindled to nothing. She figured in a day or two she'd beg for something as simple as leading a caravan robbery, just so she could have something to do. She practiced with her daggers to pass the time. She had mentored under an elderly man many years ago, and from him learned many stances and techniques. She ran through them one by one. If she was to serve Thren, she'd need to be at her finest. Her dagger work was far from the best. If Thren's life ever depended upon her, mediocre would not do the job. How many hours she practiced she didn't know, but when she finished, her body was coated with sweat and her arms throbbed. She collapsed on the bed and gasped in air. When someone knocked on her door, she was too exhausted to bother getting up. "Come in," she said. "It's not locked." The door crept open. Kayla had expected Senke or Will, maybe even Thren, but instead Aaron crept inside and quietly shut the door behind him. "This is a surprise," she said, sitting up on her bed. She caught his eyes wandering, then realized her shirt was unbuttoned at the top. Fighting away a blush, she fastened a few of the buttons, feeling silly all the while. She'd shown far more to men to get her way. Still, Aaron was young, and she was well aware of his crush on her. "I have something for you," he said. "Oh, do you now? Let me see." Kayla outstretched her hand. He stared at her fingers, and she caught his lips trembling as if he were struck with indecision. Remembering how much she'd hated being his age, and how uncomfortable everything had always seemed to be when she was 13, she tried to prod him onward. "Don't make me wait," she gently teased. "You've said you bring gifts, so give them to me. I may steal and spy, but I like presents just like any other girl." His neck flushed a bit, just around the collar, but then he outstretched his right hand and dropped a set of earrings onto her open palm. They sparkled with sapphires and white gold. Kayla gasped. She had expected cheap jewelry, a flower, or some poorly written poetry. The gift in her hand seemed more appropriate for a woman of royalty. "Where did you get this?" she asked. "Father has begun paying me for my aid," he said. "He says I need to be treated like any other of his men if I am to earn their respect." "He must pay you well," Kayla said, holding the earrings close so she could admire their sparkle. Clearly they had been polished and well cared for. A part of her felt too cheap and dirty to wear them. "You're beautiful," Haern said. His voice, his eyes, his demeanor, everything about him, normally so quiet and secretive, made no attempt to hide the plain truth he spoke. He thought she was beautiful, and that simple belief was enough to have her put the earrings in her ears, pressing them through scarred-over holes from earrings she had worn as a girl. A bit of blood ran across her fingers, but she made sure none dripped across the gold. "Thank you," she said. She kissed his forehead, amused at how red his ears turned. "Senke says I'll owe him for the next 5 years," Haern said, babbling. He clearly didn't know how to react to the kiss. "But I'll keep paying him, and it shouldn't be a problem unless I die. But then I don't need to worry about paying him back, do I? Not unless he can find my ghost and—" "Shush, Haern," Kayla said. At the invoking of his name, his whole body seemed to shrivel inward and slip behind a protective mask. "Haern," he said. "Haern isn't allowed to be friends with a woman. Call me Haern." "Sorry," Kayla said. "This kiss is for Haern, then." She kissed him just above his right eye. "You're a cute boy," she said. "Now run along and do something appropriate for your age." He nodded, the blush from his ears and his neck having connected at his cheeks. His apparent love, so juvenile and simple, was enough to brighten Kayla's night. She ushered him out the door, then plopped back down on her bed. As she spread her arms through the fabric of her covers, she let her mind wander. Haern was cute, and, more important, Thren's son. Once he got older, maybe 16 or so, perhaps she could arrange for a marriage. Her place in the guild would be solidified so completely she'd rule once Thren died. Assuming Thren ever died. The tough bastard looked ready to live another 40 years. When he did pass away, she wondered if the Spider Guild would even survive. "What am I thinking?" she thought. "Of course it will last. Thren won't spend his whole life building a castle of cards. He wants a legacy." Of course, any plot to use Haern as a means of solidifying rank wouldn't work if what he had said was true. His father was denying him the friendship of any woman? Why was that? The cynical side of her wondered if it was to prevent the very idea she'd just had. But Thren's focus, his determination, his desire for a legacy. Just what did he want Haern to become? Deciding her life far more likely to endure if she gave up pondering, or even worse, getting involved in such things, she closed her eyes and tried to relax. After a while she dozed off, her light sleep broken by a firm knock on her door. A tingle in her temples told her to open it herself. Her warning was correct. Thren stood waiting, his arms crossed, his swords hanging from his belt. "You should be more alert when I am gone," he said as he stepped past her into her room. "Alert, instead of slumbering. If something should happen to me, an attack on our guild would immediately follow." "A silly worry," Kayla said as she shut the door. "Since when can something happen to you?" He looked at her as if deciding whether to smile or scowl, so instead he shrugged. "Even the impossible tends to find its way into our everyday lives. I have a task for you, Kayla, one suited to your talents. A troublesome man named Dalglish has been actively encouraging the low-born folk to turn against us, and such a—" He stopped. She felt a moment of self-conscious worry spike through her. Was her shirt open again? her hair messed up in some strange way? She followed his eyes, then realized he was staring at her earrings. Of course he'd noticed them. Besides being new, they sparkled like stars, almost screaming for attention. "Your son gave 'em to me," she said, not daring to lie. She was not prepared for the rage that roared to life in his eyes, his hands, and his snarl. Thren slammed her against the wall, her wrists pinned. Before she even knew she was in danger, she was helpless. "Listen carefully," he said to her. Somehow his rage never reached his voice. "Aaron must remain pure. He has the chance to become something incredible. I will have my heir, and I will not risk its ruin to the caress of a woman, the stupor of drink, or the delusions of gods and goddesses. Do you understand me?" "I'll give them back," Kayla said. She almost nodded, then realized that would dangle her earrings, and she feared that might set him off. "Not just that," Thren said. "I want his heart broken. Give it a scar that will never heal. When you are done, meet me and Senke in my room. I still have that job for you." "As you wish," she said. He let go of her hands, glanced about the room, and then left. Kayla felt her knees tremble, and when the door was shut, she let her fear out in a single sob. The fear didn't last long. Anger raged upward in her breast. Aaron's adoration of her was so simple, so embarrassingly pure. And Thren would have her crush it, have her make his son's heart bleed, all so he could have his damn legacy. She took off her earrings, put them in her pocket, and then left for Aaron's room. Despite what Aaron had said about his father treating him like the other men, his room was separate from the rest, isolated and private. She knocked on the door. The look of mixed excitement and fear on Aaron's face did little to settle the knot in her stomach. "May I come in?" she asked, wondering how many of his young fantasies started with her saying exactly those words. He didn't answer, only nodded. She stepped inside. The room was spacious, with a tall ceiling and several windows, but the decorations were sparse. He had a bed, a trunk for his clothes, and the rest was weapons, training equipment, and books. From her quick glance, it appeared all of it received equal attention. "Your earrings," Aaron said, immediately noticing their absence. "Here," she said, taking his hand and plopping them atop his palm. "Take them back." She saw something breaking in his blue eyes. "Why?" he asked. Kayla opened her mouth, a lie on her tongue. She knew she could lie well enough for him to believe her, and more important, she knew for her own safety she should. Doing the right thing was not often something she worried about, but deep down she knew she was the first woman Aaron had ever reached out to. If she cut him now, if she broke his spirit at such a fragile time in his life... But then again, this was Aaron Fellhorn, son of Thren Fellhorn. She knew the stories the rest of the Spider Guild told about him, the stories they told about Randith Fellhorn. "Answer me this question first," she said. "Did you really kill your brother at the age of 8? He sucked in his lips and bit. He was staring at her ears, mainly where the earrings no longer were. She brushed them once, realizing they still bled. "Yes," he said. She felt her heart wince a little, but that wasn't what mattered. The second question was what mattered. "Why?" she asked. Aaron answered without the slightest hesitation. "Because my father wanted me to." Of course. What else mattered in Aaron's life? He was being steadily created, a work of art only Thren Fellhorn could find beautiful. To see such parental devotion twisted and turned to murder and fratricide. "Listen to me," Kayla said, lowering her voice. "I can't love you, Aaron. I can't even treat you with kindness, and my reason is the same as why you killed your brother. Take the earrings. Don't hide your hurt. Don't be ashamed of your tears. She took his chin in her fingers and tilted his head upward. "But you were right," she said. "I can love Haern. I'm not sure what Haern might become. He may scare me, may even hurt me at his own father's request. So you must keep Haern hidden and safe. Keep him alive. Can you do that for me?" His tears rolled down his cheeks, but he nodded. She saw that strength and felt beyond proud. "Haern must never love me," she said as she turned to the door. "Not while under the shadow of his father." She opened the door, paused halfway through it. "But Haern can." "I'll remember," Haern said as she left. Down the hall she went, all the way to Thren's room where he waited. She knelt before his table. "My task?" she asked. "Were you successful?" Thren asked her first. Knowing her life was on the line, Kayla kept her smile hidden deep inside her breast. "Beyond expectations," she answered. As Kayla left, Haern grabbed one of his many swords and slammed the side of a training dummy. He had learned another lesson about what it meant to have power. It meant crushing the will of another to meet your own. To learn that lesson, to know that it had been brought down upon him by his own father? For the first time, Haern felt rebellion growing in his heart at the very notion of wielding that same power. He choked it down. Those thoughts didn't belong to Haern. They weren't who he was, and he could never think them. Not when his father might see. He cut one of his blankets in half, poked in a few eye holes, and then wrapped it about his face. Lost in his training, he swung his sword about the room, shifting from stance to stance. Feeling somehow freed, somehow unchained, he let his anger, rage, and his rebellion grow. For he was Haern now, and those thoughts belonged to him. Chapter 14. Wearing the same disguise as before, Maynard returned to the priest's temple a week later as promised. He dismissed his guards when he reached the gate, confident his threats were more than enough to keep him safe. It was the ruffians and cutthroats who wandered the streets that worried him. He didn't want to imagine the celebration that might erupt in the underworld if he was found and killed in the open. Not surprisingly, his reception was far less warm than on his first visit. He was immediately led to Pelarach's room and then made to wait. The high priest arrived shortly after. "You have put us in an uncomfortable position," Pelarach said as he shut the door behind him. "Welcome to the rest of Veldaren," Maynard said. "No one is comfortable, not while vermin pretend to be kings. When men pretend to be gods, things are just as dire," Pelarach said. Maynard ignored the thinly veiled insult. "I've come for my answer. Will you aid us in destroying the thief guilds, or will you cling to your worthless neutrality?" Pelarach walked around him and then sat at his desk. He tapped his fingertips together, then put his forefingers to his lips. "You must understand that I do what Carrick desires of me," Pelarach said. "This decision is not mine, but his." Under normal circumstances, Maynard would have paid lip service to Pelarach's faith. With his daughter missing and his estate lacking a true heir, he had no time or patience. He rolled his eyes. "Don't feed me that nonsense. You are in charge here, High Priest, not some voice in your head. You doubt Carrick's power." "Doubt it?" Maynard said. "Would I be so insistent you help me if I doubted it? I just don't want to hear any nonsense about prayers or obscure promises and prophecies. I want an answer. The correct one." Pelarach smiled a wolfish smile. "You won't get it. Not the one you want." "I will carry out my promise," Maynard said. "And we believe you," Pelarach insisted. "Listen to what I have to say." He gestured to the chair opposite him. Annoyed, Maynard sat down. Part of him knew he should calm himself. He was being hot-headed and rash, something he always dismissed in others. The priests had vexed him for years, however. If diplomacy and bribes did nothing for them, it was time to try threats and brute force. "Look for a moment from my perspective," Pellerak said. "Let's assume I agree with you. The rogues need to be put in line, and this nonsensical war ended. But if I join now, after you hold a sword over our heads, what prevents us from being puppets of the Trifect instead of servants to our god? We have killed kings for making the same threats you made." Maynard felt a bit of his hot-headedness leave him. Something very dangerous was about to happen. Pellerak did not make threats lightly, and Maynard's assumption of safety seemed to be arrogance in hindsight. The priests could kill him with a wave of their hands. All his power and gold meant nothing if they felt Carrick wanted his head. "Rudely put, perhaps," Maynard said, falling deeper into his political persona. "But you do speak a bit of truth. We need your aid, Pellerak. For if you are not with us, then I fear the actions of your female assassins place you against us." "I will deal with them in time," Pellerak said. "I told you, they do not represent us. Carrick is our lord, and I am his closest servant. He wishes this war over. How, though, is where you and I will disagree." "Presumptuous," Maynard said. "How will we disagree?" Pellerak stood, smoothing out his black robe as he did. One hand rubbed his balding head. Maynard did not like this at all. The high priest was very rarely hesitant. This was bad, very bad. "We will aid you, but only under the condition that you give us someone into our safekeeping, someone to join our order. Someone you will remember the next time you wave a sword over our necks." Maynard felt his heart sink. "Who do you want?" he asked, already knowing the answer. Pellerak might have smiled or gloated, but that was not the man he was. "Two of the Faceless sisters came to me last night to inform me of their actions. I did not reprimand them. Not yet. They have your daughter, Elisa. She must join our order." Maynard felt his world tear and twist in chaotic ways inside his mind. Elisa? A priestess of Carrick? She would be safe from the culls, perhaps, and certainly no threat to his estate. But would he ever see her again? And when he did, would she still be the same free-spirited girl he loved? Could that spirit survive cloistered within the walls, battered daily with Carrick's rhetoric of order and obedience? Then he saw the danger right before him. If the faceless women had Elisa, then they could do to her whatever they wished. If he refused their offer— "I must accept," he said. "Good," Pellerak said, a smile spreading across his face. "I am glad we could reach an agreement. We aid one another as friends, not master and servant." "Of course. You speak most wisely," Maynard said, the lie bitter on his lips. When he turned to leave, Pellerak stopped him with a word. "Maynard," the high priest said, "make sure she is still heir to your estate. If you render her worthless, we will do the same." A shard of ice grew inside Maynard's heart. "I wouldn't think of it," he said. "Good," said Pellerak. "Go with Carrick's blessing." He did, though if he could have, he'd have tossed any blessing of Carrick's into the foulest open sewer and leave it to rot. If he could have, he'd have had Pellerak suffer the same fate. "Forgive me, Elisa," he said as he left the temple, giving one last look to the priests and priestesses bowed before the giant statue of Carrick, their heartfelt wails reaching to the ceiling. He thought of Elisa on her knees beside them, and the image twisted the ice in his heart. Elisa was already dressed and sitting beside the fire when Haern awoke. It blazed healthily as she tossed on a few extra branches so she could watch them burn. "Good morning, love," Haern said. "Morning," Elisa replied, her voice dull. She might have been talking to a rock. Seeming not to notice, Haern hopped up, stepped behind a tree, and began urinating. When he finished, he stepped back around and only then caught the stare Elisa was giving him. "Something the matter?" he asked. "Nothing," she said, turning her gaze back to the fire. "Only nothing." He grunted but let her cryptic comment pass. "Stay here and keep that fire roaring," he told her. He retrieved his small bow and bundle of arrows from his tent and slung them across his back. "I'll see if I can nab us a rabbit or squirrel for breakfast. Don't do anything stupid while I'm gone. And if the Faceless return, tell him to wait for me as well." Then he was off, trudging deeper into the king's forest. Elisa knew he wouldn't be gone long. During her time at Fellwood Castle, when Haern had often visited, he'd shown himself a competent hunter. To pass the time, she tossed more wood onto the fire, watching it burn and finding comfort in that somehow. When he returned, he carried a dead gray rabbit by its back legs. He dropped it on the dirt beside the fire. Elisa took it without question. "I'll need a knife to skin it," she said. Haern paused, then shrugged and tossed her a slender dagger from his belt. She caught its hilt in the air, doing her best not to show irritation at the idiot for tossing it so carelessly toward her. Any other time she might have felt squeamish about the blood and guts. She played the tomboy well enough with her foster families, or when she wanted to irritate her father, but it was mostly an act. Though they might never admit it, she'd long ago learned young men treated her better, more respectfully, when they believed she could wield a knife and not squeal at the sight of something dead. But pretending to handle blood and actually handling it were two different matters. She pretended the rabbit was Haern's head. It did wonders for her stomach. When the rabbit finished cooking, Haern gave her the bulk of the meat. He was once more playing the dashing suitor, as if the angry condescending brute from the night before had only been an illusion. She flashed her prettiest smile at his jokes. The lies came more easily to her than she preferred. "Come," he said when their meal was done. "It looks like we'll have to trust the faceless bitches to find us. Clean yourself up a little. You've got grease on your face." "Where are we going?" she asked as she wiped her chin and lips with the inside hem of her dress. "To meet with my father?" He looked her up and down, scowling. She was wearing the same clothes as when her father had thrown her into the cells, and they were torn and faded from the recent abuse. Although she'd brushed her hair as best she could with her fingers, it had done little to remove the dirt and damage. She looked more like a haggard maid than an heiress to a mining empire. "This will never do," Haern said. "You must look like my queen, not my servant. Where are those blasted women? Surely they know a thing or two about primping." "Yes, because their beauty is seen so often," Elisa said. Her sarcasm was stronger than she'd expected, the cut of her comment deep enough to narrow Haern's eyes and make him doubt her docility. "By now, Maynard has every cutthroat he owns in the city searching for you," he said. "Otherwise, I'd take you to a bathhouse and make you look respectable. But it looks like I'll have to bring you as you are to my father." He scattered the fire and took her hand. "Oh, and dear," he said, smiling at her, "hold your tongue in my father's presence. I'd hate for you to make a fool of yourself." Her mouth twitched, but her eyes remained dead. "Yes, my lord," she said. He completely forgot about the dagger that should have been safely tucked inside his belt, the one that had disemboweled the rabbit. The one Elisa hid underneath her skirt. They walked south for over an hour before Theo Cull's encampment came into view. A warm fire, thick blankets, and, thank the gods, horses, said Haern. "Such charming accommodations," Elisa said as he held her hand. Safely out of sight of the city's walls and the prying eyes within, Theo's camp stretched out for several hundred yards. Wagons formed its outer perimeter, some covered, some not. Several fires blazed within the circle. On one side were 20 smaller tents, shelters for the mercenaries. On the other was a single large pavilion of a faded green color. She felt his grip tighten, and she wasn't at all surprised when it slid up to latch onto her wrist. "Your barbed tongue makes it seem like you don't appreciate all we've done for you," he said. "Forgive me," Alisa said. "It is only the stress and exhaustion. I will feel better after bathing, I promise." Yoren kissed her cheek, then looked her up and down. "I hope so," he said. "You need it." At their approach, a couple of mercenaries drew their swords and beckoned them closer. "Your name?" one of them asked. "Yoren Kal," he answered. "Take me to my father." The mercenary spat. "Follow me." He led them through the camp. Alisa took in what she could. From the way the men lazed about, it didn't appear that they'd be marching anywhere soon. Most of the armed men were busy eating, telling stories, or gambling with wooden dice. A couple sneered at her, and given the state of her clothing and hair, she didn't blame them. She hated them for it, but she didn't blame them. Theo sat in an ornate chair in the center of the pavilion. He didn't stand when they entered through the flap. Alisa had met him only once, what felt like a lifetime ago. He was a big man, with big hands and an even bigger beard. He had a hungry smile and beady brown eyes that seemed to covet everything he saw. He gestured to 2 chairs at the table before him. A snap of his fingers, and 2 servants hurried over with cups, plates, and dinnerware. A 3rd servant filled the cups with wine, while a 4th plopped servings of meat and bread atop the plates. "Welcome back, my son," Theo said. "And I see you've brought your lover back from the abyss. She looks it, too." He guffawed. Yoren laughed along. Alisa only stared. "Come now, I only jest in good nature," Theo said. "I would never be amused at seeing a woman in such a state. Would you like some of my gals to bathe and dress you before joining us? Nothing would trouble me more than an uncomfortable look crossing your face." "She's only uncomfortable with me in the bedchambers," Yoren said as he took his seat at the right hand of his father. "Though I fear I inherited that wonderful fault from you." Theo burst once more into laughter. Alisa felt her heart cool. He might have a silver tongue, but Theo was a piggish brute. If Yoren flung her to the ground right then and there with the aim of raping her, he wouldn't bat an eye. If anything, he might try to join in. Alisa shuddered, and it did not go unnoticed. "Forgive my son," Theo said. "He offends when he means only humor. Let's see, Mary. Mary! There you are, gal. Clean her up, will ya? I remember her a lovely one, so let's make her match my memory." Mary was an older woman with gray hair tied behind her head in a bun. She had been the one directing the other servants who had laid out the food and dinnerware. "Come with me," Mary said, grabbing Alisa's hand. Her voice was firm but comforting. The look in her eye was one of guarded sympathy. Next to the pavilion was a smaller tent for the servants. They slept on blankets on the ground, 50 of them crammed together in a tent meant for 20. Beside the servants' tent was a giant wooden tub. After a word from Mary, several younger girls rushed off carrying buckets to fetch hot water from the fires. "It'll be cold for a bit," Mary said as she began stripping off Alisa's clothes. "Once we get some heat, maybe a few hot coals, you'll be better." Alisa glanced inside the tub. The water was hazy, but she'd bathed in worse when staying with her foster families. She let Mary strip her naked, glad that the 2 tents offered protection from the mercenaries who wandered about the rest of the camp. "We'll get these washed while you bathe," Mary said. "Though heaven knows you deserve better. I'll see what we have stashed in the, She stopped as Yoren's dagger tumbled out of the clothes bundled in her hands. Alisa's entire body froze. She'd forgotten it amid the frenzy of servants preparing the bath and tugging at her dress. Mouth locked open, she met Mary's eyes. In them she saw a hard, worldly understanding. "A dangerous toy for the bedchambers," Mary said. "Not when you want the bedchambers quiet," Elisa replied. Mary guided the naked Elisa into the bath. True to her word, it was cold. When the first of the servants arrived with a bucket of boiling water, Mary took the bucket from her and poured it in herself. As the steam rose, the older woman leaned closer so that none might hear her. "You kill him. The monsters here will ravage you," Mary said. "Keep it hidden. Keep it safe. Wait until you're truly alone." Then she was gone in search of finer clothing. More buckets of hot water were poured into the tub, banishing the rest of its chill. Allowing herself a moment of luxury, Elisa washed her hair and let the servant girls scrub her skin red. Mary shortly returned, holding a blue dress of fine material. "It belonged to Theo's younger sister," Mary explained. "I've already asked them, so don't worry." They pulled her out of the bath, toweled her off, and then flung the dress over her head. The laces across the back seemed old-fashioned and overly elaborate, but Mary navigated them with ease. "Suck your breath in more," Mary ordered. Elisa obeyed. The laces slid tighter. Elisa's chest heaved upward, looking twice its original size. When she looked down at her own body, the cleavage seemed obscene. "Bear through," Mary said, recognizing the look. "A man thinks with his nether regions. The sight of you will stir him, and as long as a man's stirred, he's stupid." "What if he's stupid before?" Mary put her calloused fingers on Elisa's chin and pulled her face close. "Watch your tongue, girl," said the elder. "Men may be stupid, but women talk, and all around you are ears." The girls dabbed her with perfume, combed her hair, and draped a multitude of necklaces across her neck and chest. When they were finished, she glanced into an offered looking-glass, hardly recognizing the woman in the reflection. She knew that the Gemcroft name allowed her the luxuries she wore, but never once had she felt compelled to decorate herself so outlandishly. Mary dismissed the rest of the servant girls. "For your sake, remain patient," she told Elisa. "You'll gain yourself nothing but bruises if you resist ineffectually. Deep down the culls are animals, dangerous animals. Do whatever you must to keep them calm." Elisa shook her head, wondering how her future had turned so grim. That night Haern would come for her, as he would the next, and the next. More and more she wanted to turn him away, to deny his touch, but Mary's meaning was clear. Resisting meant beatings, or worse. Cruel as it sounded, she felt she deserved her predicament. From the moment she'd started listening to the lies Haern had whispered in her ear as they cuddled in her bed, she'd earned this. She had believed his silver tongue and turned against her father. For that she was thrown out, and now she was chained to Haern's true nature. The skirt she wore had several layers. Mary separated them, making sure that Elisa watched. The innermost was thin, white, and silky. Along the inner thigh was a single pocket. Mary slid the dagger inside. "Never let him find it?" Mary said. Elisa nodded. "Thank you," she said. "Come," said Mary, extending her hand. "You have a meal to attend." This time Theo did rise at her entrance. A stupid grin spread across Haern's face. Elisa knew that at one time she had thought it charming, and that only enhanced her conviction that she had been an idiotic girl. Blind, stupid, careless. She was starting to run out of ways to insult the girl she'd been only days earlier. "You look stunning," Theo said. "Isn't that right, son?" "Breathtaking," said Haern. Without being asked, Elisa took a seat beside Haern. She could tell he was pleased by the obedient wife act. That was good. It'd keep him unsuspecting, but more important, she hoped it would keep her from being dismissed from their planning. Despite their setbacks, she knew they still eyed the wealth of her family. The more she knew, the better her chance of minimizing the damage. "We were actually just discussing returning you to your rightful position among the Gemcroft family," Theo said, sipping wine from a gaudy gold cup. "It seems we were foolish to trust those Carrick bitches to do anything right." It was not their fault. Elisa said, hoping it might incite a bit of anger and therefore information. My father was ready. He usually is, Theo said, his words dripping with bitterness. I remember sending my men to grab what was rightfully mine, but even all those miles away from Riverrun, he was still prepared. It wasn't just the gold, Elisa. It was deeds, titles, and information. Everything east of the Quern River should be mine. Those lands deserve a true lord. Lord Gandram has no rightful claim. Let him have the plains. He belongs with the greys and cattle. If she'd meant to incite anger, she'd done exceedingly well. Though she knew of Theo's feud with Lord Gandram, the current ruler of much of the lands north of Veldaren, she'd never heard of the Cull's attempt on her father's safe houses in Riverrun. If she had, she'd have seen Yoren's courting in a whole new light. My lord, a visitor requests an audience, said a guard as he poked his head in through the flap. What's his name? Asked Theo. Her, the guard said, looking a little flustered, and she says she has no name. Theo let out a humorless chuckle. Send her in. Elisa felt a bit of hope as one of the faceless women entered. She was fully clad in her black and purple wrappings, her face a mask of white cloth. By her build, Elisa recognized her as Eliora. I have come to listen, the woman said. Listen? Asked Theo. To what? She means she needs orders, Yoren said. All three watched as shadows seemed to curl off her firm body and fade away like smoke. Yes, well, we'd have those ready for you if we weren't always being interrupted by bothersome women, Theo said. First Elisa, now you. Well, since we're all here, let us get down to business. Maynard's got to go. Before he does, we need to find a way to reinstate Elisa as the lawful heir to the Gemcroft estate. Wills covered with blood are rarely followed, Eliora said. I know that, Theo said. I'm a cow, not an idiot. Elisa thought they were one and the same and had to feign coughing to hide her laughter. There is another way, Yoren said. The rest of the trifect won't dare let one of its members appear weak for very long. If we kill Maynard and then march on their mansion, the others will make sure the matter is settled quickly and quietly. Who'll give a fuck if he wrote her out of his will? She's his own daughter, the last of his flesh and blood. There's 1,000 ways we can discredit his death wishes. A good plan, though almost insulting in its simplicity, said Theo. I have only 100 swords here in my name. When could we possibly storm the estate successfully? We number only 1/5 of his house guards. I can't even guess how many more mercenaries he also has on retainer. When the head is gone, the body can only thrash for so long, said Eliora. We have a philosopher, Yoren said dryly. Is that an offer? Theo asked. Eliora shrugged. We promised to do so once. We can do so again. You also failed once, said Theo. Can you do that again? The shadows flared around her body. Elisa wished she could back away from the two men. The faceless were dangerous, and to insult their professional pride and ability seemed beyond rash. We will not fail, Eliora said. Tell me when you will strike, and I will tell my sisters. Theo scratched his chin. There's only one time I can think of that we can catch the old goat unaware. When? Asked Elisa, unable to stop herself. Theo's grin belonged on a bear more than a human. The Ken's gold, he said. Chapter 15. The king was waiting for him when Gerend arrived. What plans for today, Krold? Edwin Vaylor asked as he made his 5th attempt at tying his elaborate sash correctly. Gerend frowned at his fumbling attempts, and when it was clear the king would do no better on his 6th, the advisor reached out and set the sash correctly. A few squabbles among farmers and some petty lords from the northern plains, said Gerend. The troubles from Angelport will be a bit more difficult.
Angelport? What's bothering Lord Murband now? He has no rivals in the entire Ramir, not a single bloody count or noble to bicker over his territory.
But he has the elves, Haern said, and you know how much he likes to talk up their threat. The king sighed as he slipped a gaudy necklace of gold and rubies over his neck. The Ramir was isolated in the far southeast of Desrel, tucked in between the Urzay Forest, the Quellan Forest, and the Crestwall Mountains. Lord Ingram Murband owned everything there from the Thulin Ocean to the King's Strip. Yet he complained more than any of the other lords, and it was always about the blasted elves.
Don't they insist they're our allies? Granted, I have no trust in their claims. No one lies like an elf, right?
Too true, Haern said dryly. However, Ingram claims that the Quellan elves have begun shooting arrows at his loggers.
He go too far into the forest again?
The king asked with a chuckle. Haern was not amused. He's asking for permission to declare war. King Valar scoffed.
You're telling me he's to be the rough part of my day? Bring in the old goat. I laugh in his face and tell him if he wants to cut down the whole Quellan forest, he's more than welcome to. But he'll use his own soldiers as arrow bait, not mine.
Any provocation in the south may cause the Desran elves to retaliate in kind, Haern warned. We have many farming villages stretching north from the Urzay forest. Thousands of acres of crops might burn. Edwin pulled on his thick crimson robe hemmed with white dove feathers.
It won't happen, he said. If Ingram sends in any troops, they'll be dead in hours. And then all his precious farmland will be vulnerable. He won't dare risk conflict if he knows I won't protect his idiotic ass.
Your wisdom is unquestionable, Haern said. He clucked his tongue, immediately angry at himself afterward for doing something that announced his nervousness. So far the conversation had gone as expected. This next part, however, was what really mattered. Murband and his elves could go dive into the bone ditch for all he cared. One last item, Haern said. I've received word that Threnn Fellhorn is expected to kill the Trifect at their Kensgold.
What's a bloody Kensgold?
Haern mentally swore. The last time the Trifect had held a Kensgold was 2 years ago. The king had only been 14 at the time. A Kensgold is a meeting of all 3 houses of the Trifect, the advisor explained. They meet at one of their estates. They brag about their riches, compare trade agreements, discuss the downfall of any competitors, and overall spend a frightening amount of gold. It's a show of wealth, power, and solidarity.
So which member of the Trifect are they to kill exactly?
Edwin asked as he stared at himself in a mirror, turning this way and that to see if anything seemed out of place. All of them, Your Majesty, the advisor said. The heads of all 3 families, to die within minutes of one another. Supposedly, he's to gather the members of every single guild together into an army and assault the Kensgold when the celebration is at its highest. The king whistled appreciatively.
The wretch hasn't lost his balls, but perhaps his brains. Clearly we can't let him go through with it. Send word to one of them, Leon Connington maybe, about their plan. Let them find some devious way to scheme it to their benefit.
I'm not sure that is the best course of action, Haern said, broaching the subject carefully. He was well aware of the king's paranoia, and he planned to use that to his full advantage.
Why is that?
Edwin asked. He grabbed his gold sword from a chair beside him. Haern turned and coughed, using the excuse to roll his eyes. The king had commissioned the sword in one of his first orders of rule when he ascended the throne at age 12, officially coming of age. The long sword wasn't tinted gold or covered with gold at the hilt. The whole bloody thing was made of solid gold, heavy, cumbersome and thoroughly impractical. It shone beautifully in the light, though, and that was all Edwin cared about. Mercenaries from all over Desrel will come pouring in for a taste of the coin the Trifect will be spending during the Kensgold. Hundreds upon hundreds, some from as far west as Kerr and Mordan. At the last Kensgold, our best estimates put them at having over 10,000 men on their retainer, not counting their house soldiers. King Valor looked at Gerend as if he were insane.
That's thousands of men sworn to one banner inside my walls.
Within a short walk from your castle doors, yes, Gerend added, unable to resist.
Fuck! How long does this blasted Kensgold last?
Just a single night, said Gerend. He could already see the fear spreading in Edwin's eyes. One night was enough to assassinate a king. One night was enough to supplant the hierarchy with a rule of coin and trade.
We must stop them,
Edwin said. He clutched his gold sword tight, as if he were going to draw it and strike some unseen enemy. There's no way we can, Gerend said, feigning defeat.
There is. Ban the mercenaries from our city. Get rid of them. They can't pass through our walls if we don't let them.
Gerend nearly choked. He had been hoping Edwin would call for a sharp curtailing of the Trifect's power. A massive increase in taxes, plus a crackdown on some of their more illegal activities, would have done wonders to subdue the Trifect's smug flaunting of power. Banning all mercenaries, however, was about as far from what he wanted as the abyss was from the golden eternity. Your Majesty, you can't, Gerend said. At the king's frown, the advisor corrected himself. You shouldn't, I mean. But not unless you want the thief guilds to thoroughly destroy the Trifect. Without their mercenaries, they are vulnerable. Their house guards do well to protect their estates, but everything else, from their warehouses to their trade caravans, is protected by men bought by their coin.
Why should I give a rat's ass about their coin?
Edwin shouted. He turned and struck the mirror with his sword, pleased at how it shattered.
I could tax every shred of wealth from their hide if I wanted to. If they're so frightened of our city's vermin, then let them flee to one of their 100 different holds strewn throughout Desrel.
There was only one card left to play, a trump card with a dangerous cost attached to it. If you do that, my king, then you will be signing your own death warrant, Gerend said. The king grew shockingly quiet. He sheathed his sword and stared at his advisor with crossed arms.
How so?
He asked, his voice just above a whisper. Because Thren Fellhorn thinks you attempted to kill his son. He will neither forgive nor forget. Once the Trifect is dealt with, he will turn his focus on you.
He won't dare strike at a king,
Edwin said. He will, Gerend said. He has before. The king's eyes widened with understanding.
My father.
There is a reason you became king so young, your majesty. Thren needed instability in the castle to set up his war against the Trifect. You were so young, you'd not wield full power for many years. Thren took the heads of your parents, Edwin. Took them in their sleep. Edwin's hands trembled.
Why was I never told this?
He asked. I made certain of it, and for good reason. I didn't want you to do something that might cost you your life. Your Majesty. The king pointed a shaking finger at Gerend, the tip waving in front of his nose.
You damn manipulative fool! He nearly shouted. You told me Robert would just teach the boy, informing us of whatever he might overhear. How the abyss did that turn into an attempt on the boy's life?
Gerend remained silent. An errant word now might cost him his life. No doubt the guards stationed on the other side of the bedchamber doors were already drawing their blades.
"You will answer me,"
Edwin ordered. "Yes, your majesty," Haern said, knowing his fate was sealed. "I ordered his son Haern to be captured. We failed. I thought with him as a hostage we might force an end to the squabbles between the Trifect and the guilds." The king struck him with the back of his hand. Haern fell to one knee, his head throbbing where the king's many rings had left deep imprints on his skin. The scar on his face ached, and when he touched it, he felt warm blood on his fingers.
"This needs to be handled immediately," King Valor said. "I can bear the Trifect, their wealth and their arrogance. Castle walls and guards protect me from their mercenaries. But I will not have some sewer vermin kill me over your mistake, especially that heartless bastard Fellhorn. We know their plans for the Kensgold. Turn that against them."
"Yes, your majesty," Haern said.
"Oh, and if you should fail—"
Haern stopped and turned around, his hand still against the door. "If I fail, I will willingly go to Thren, kneel at his feet, and announce my guilt in the attempt against his son." The king beamed as if he couldn't be more pleased.
"See? That's why you're such a great advisor,"
he said, and he meant it. "Idiot," thought Haern as he exited the bedchamber. Haern was getting good at choking down his curiosity. Any time he went somewhere with his father, he was never told where they were going or for what purpose, at least not until they were almost there. This particular task he followed his father on was already different from the others, further inciting his curiosity. They moved in daylight instead of at night. "What if we are recognized?" Haern asked as they neared the more populous parts of the city. More and more merchants were lined up on the sides of the street. "We're just two of many," Thren said. "Don't give anyone reason to suspect otherwise." Thren wore the plain gray cloak of the Spider Guild. Because of Haern's age, it would seem odd for him to be ranked as anything above a cut-purse, so instead of a cloak, he had a thin band of gray cloth tied around his left arm. Thren had cut Haern's hair short just in case some of the guards might remember what he looked like. The bounty on his son had lasted only a single night, and not at all according to the castle records. Still, being reckless was not something Thren was known for. He kept his hood low and had charcoal smeared across his face. Thren had hammered into Haern the importance of not acting scared or in a hurry. They merely went on their way, not rushing, not dawdling. They were on a job, and very few would be stupid enough to interfere. "I've never met our target," Thren said, talking casually as if about the weather. "Watch for a tall man with red hair and beard and white robes. He'll be attracting a crowd, most likely." Haern watched, not convinced he'd be much use considering he was shorter than his father, his view blocked by the rest of the midday traffic. He had to try, though. Even if it was hopeless, he had to throw his entire concentration behind the task. Then he saw Kayla staring at him from afar. She blew him a kiss. He looked away and hoped his blush would go unnoticed. Kayla was trailing after them, though he didn't know why. Was it just for protection? Usually his father kept Senkei and Will with him if he was worried about his safety. What then? "There," Thren said, nodding ever so slightly to the east. Haern followed his eyes. A crowd had gathered near a gap in the various merchant stalls. A few were jeering from the outer limits, but most were listening with rapt attention. Those closest to the center clapped and cheered. In the center of the crowd was their target, a middle-aged man with deep red hair and a beard of the same color. His robes were white, and clean despite the color. He seemed handsome enough. Whatever speech he was giving appeared intense, yet he smiled while giving it. "What's his name?" Haern asked when he realized his father had stopped to listen. "Delius Eschaton," Thren said. "No, be silent." Haern listened to Dalglish as he preached, at first from simple curiosity, then more and more because of the speaker's sheer oratory skill. "Night and day we bemoan the fate dealt to us," Dalglish shouted. "How many of you fear walking the streets at night? How many of you bite your tongues for fear of earning poison in your wine or death inside your bread?" Dalglish pointed to a small girl behind him. She appeared no older than 11, and she blushed at the sudden attention. "I fear for my daughter. I fear she might not have the life she deserves. How many of you have daughters and sons that have entangled themselves in the thief guild's lies? How many trade decency and conscience for a dab of food and a glut of blood? Do you mourn for them, mothers? Do you pray for them, fathers? Do you know what those prayers accomplish?" Someone had placed a small pail before him, and all throughout his preaching men and women tossed in small copper coins in appreciation. Dalglish abruptly kicked the pail, scattering the coins throughout the crowd. Only a handful stooped for them. The rest stood enraptured. They all expected an explosion of sound and rage, but instead Dallglish's voice fell to a stage whisper. "Nothing, for we do nothing. We are afraid." A murmur slipped through the crowd. Dalglish let it spread as he turned and accepted a drink from his daughter. He handed it back, wiped his lips, and then turned to the crowd. His boisterousness suddenly returned. "Afraid? Of course we're afraid. Who wants to die? You might think me mad, but I like this meager existence we call living. But the only reason the guilds and the trifect bathe our streets in blood is because we let them. We turn blind eyes to underhanded dealings. We keep still tongues about guards we know take bribes. We fill our own pockets with sinful gold and bloodied silver, but hard coin is an ill pillow. Can you sleep at night? Do you hear Asher's voice whispering for something better? Something more? We deny righteousness in fear of our own safety, and in doing so forfeit the future of our children. We let them live in a dead tomorrow because we fear bleeding for it today. Asher has called you. He longs to forgive you. Will you accept it? Will you help remove the darkness from our city and let in the blessed light?" As men and women surged forward, crying out for healing and prayers, Thren shook his head. "He is too dangerous to live," he said, glancing down at his son. "This city needs to be warned what this high-minded drivel will earn them. Faith has its place, and that place is far from us. I've waited too long as it is to kill him, so this message must be a strong one. Consider this your first real test, Haern. No games, no training. We're spilling real blood." He tilted his head and scratched at the side of his nose. Kayla saw from afar and closed the distance between them. Instead of talking, though, she moved right past without saying a word. She bullied through the gathered throng to the front. Thren knelt down so Haern could hear him over the rising volume of prayers and shouts. "Kayla will handle Dalglish," he said. "Kill his girl. Return to the safe house when you escape." Thren slipped deeper into the crowd, nearing the front while staying on the opposite side of Kayla. Dalglish was kneeling near the center, his hands on the sides of an elderly woman. Both were crying. The scene felt strange and alien to Haern. He had never been to any religious ceremony before, let alone a spontaneous one broken out in the streets. The fervor of the people's prayers was shocking. He saw the girl standing behind her father. A hard knot grew in his stomach. Fingering the dagger Thren had given him, he eased his way around the back. The crowd was thinnest there. arranged single file with their backs to a wall. Haern crossed his arms and watched the proceedings. He could see Kayla slowly working her way toward where Dalglish prayed with the others. Thren remained where he was, one row back on the opposite side. Not sure what signal he should wait for, Haern decided to be patient. The professional part of his mind knew the easiest time to kill Delius's daughter would be in the chaos after Thren and Kayla struck. The Haern part of him only looked at the young girl in horror. She was so pretty, with red hair as fiery as her father's. Whenever she smiled, huge dimples grew on her cheeks. Haern remembered Kayla returning to his room, the earrings in her hand. Rejected. And why? Because his father wanted him kept pure of women. Staring at the girl, he had an inkling as to why. "Father!" he heard Kayla shout. "Father, please, pray with me." She was directly next to Dalglish. The man smiled at her and took her hands. He knelt beside her, and Kayla bent her head as if in prayer. They were huddled together, seeming somehow intimate and private, although a massive crowd was gathered around them. Delius's body shuddered. His head snapped back. Kayla was already running through the crowd before anyone realized what had happened. Dalglish collapsed on his side, the hilt of a dagger sticking out of his chest. Shocked screams of two nearby women alerted the rest. The whole crowd fumed. Men turned this way and that, shouting for the guilty party, asking who had seen what. It was chaos, and if a few souls had seen what Kayla had done, they were not heard above the rest of the din. Thren chose that moment to leap to the front, standing on a small stool that Dalglish had sat upon at times when he preached. He was already a tall man, and the stool made sure that the guildmaster towered over the rest. He put his fingers to his mouth and whistled sharply. More gasps filtered through the crowd as people realized who he was. Haern did not watch him. He was still staring at the girl and the horrified expression on her face. Twin paths of tears ran down her cheeks. When her lower lip quivered, he felt the cold stone in his gut turn into a blade. Though he had done nothing, only watched, Haern felt guilt creeping around his shoulders, wrapping tightly about his neck. "This fate," Thren shouted, gesturing to the dead body, "belongs to any who dare turn against the rightful rulers of this city. Keep your righteousness out of our shadows. It has no place there." And then he turned and jumped. His hands caught the top of the wall and flipped him over, deeper into the trade districts of Veldaren. The crowd exploded. Furious shouts coupled with heartbroken wails. Some gave chase. Haern stood shocked, his hand clutching his dagger so hard his knuckles ached. Then the girl turned and ran. He almost didn't notice. When he did, he shouted to her. "Wait!" He couldn't believe how stupid it was to shout that. Trying to push his emotions down, he chased after. He didn't know where she was headed, or for what purpose. Perhaps she knew she was in danger. Perhaps she only wanted to get away from the massive crowd of strangers and back to what might remain of her family. She turned down a small alley in between two bakeries. The air smelled of yeast and flour. The girl ducked behind a large refuse container and didn't reappear. Haern realized she didn't know she was being chased. She just wanted to be alone. His dagger still sheathed, Haern stepped around the corner of the bin and saw Delius's daughter. She sat with her back to the wall, her head buried in her knees, arms wrapped around her legs. Tears wet her dress and face. Her eyes were closed. Haern couldn't believe what he saw and heard. She was praying. "Please, Asher," he heard her say. "Please, please, oh God, please." He drew the dagger, never making a sound. His hand trembled as he held it. She would by no means be his first kill. All his victims flashed before his eyes, from assassins to guards to his own brother. All had been armed. All had lived a violent life. There was something about donning a thief's cloak or soldier's helmet that made death forever possible. But what had this girl done? Why would she die? For nothing. No, not nothing. She'd die because his father desired it. Haern was becoming little more than the extended will of his father. He looked to the girl, so close to his age, so wounded, so alone. Gods damn it all, how could he kill her while she was praying? Praying! Her eyes had still not opened. He had a chance. He had a choice. Kayla's words flashed through his head. You must keep Haern hidden and safe. Keep him alive. Can you do that for me? If he killed the girl, he'd be killing the part of him that was still free. The part that could love Kayla. The part that wasn't wholly enmeshed with his father. Killing her meant killing Haern. Haern sheathed the dagger and stepped back out of sight. He leaned against the wall on the opposite side of the refuse bin. A soft sigh escaped his lips, unheard through her sobs. His eyes lifted to the sky, and there he saw Kayla watching him from the rooftops. His heart leaped in his chest. His legs turned to water. How long had she watched? Had she even known his task in the bloody affair? As if in answer, she looked to the girl, looked to him, and then smiled. Moments later she was gone, vaulting along the rooftops. Please, Asher, please, give him back. Haern heard the girl beg. Asher, please, I can't. I can't. He ran, unable to listen to any more. Chapter 16. Veliana wondered what James would think if he saw her like this. Her eyes were blindfolded by one of Zeus's wraps. She detected the faintest hint of sweat on it. She kept her hands at her sides, and was thankful they weren't tied. Zeusa didn't seem worried that she'd run off, but had insisted quite strongly that she not. Veliana had sworn her life to the Faceless. If she tried to leave, her life would be forfeit, for it was no longer hers. It was Carrick's. It seemed appropriate enough, so she thanked Carrick that the streets were so empty. At least they sounded empty. Zeusa rushed her along at dizzying speed. If the other Faceless women were nearby, she wasn't aware of them. Veliana's knowledge of the streets was superb. With every turn, she tracked where they were. A few times she had to guess, and the speed at which they hurried was no help. But no matter the twists and loops they made, she was certain they had traveled into the northeastern district. They stopped. A gate rattled. Zeusa yanked the cloth from Veliana's eyes to let her see. Before her towered the temple to Carrick, impressive with its black marble and rows of pillars. Through a trick of her eyes, she swore she saw the lion's skull hanging above the door turn and rattle its teeth. "Welcome home," Zeusa said. The doors opened. They were ushered in by a young man with a pockmarked face. Once they were inside the main foyer, the priest left them between the rows of pews arranged before the giant statue of Carrick. Veliana looked around as subtly as she could, doing her best to appear unimpressed. In truth, the praying men unnerved her, their ululation stretching too loud and too long. The very air seemed thick with energy. It felt like magic. "Who have we come to speak with?" Veliana asked. "For matters of such importance, we must speak with the high priest. His name is Pelarak, and the name he carries is a great honor, given by Carrick himself when he ascended to his position." Zeusa gestured about the room. "Every man here would throw himself upon a sword to protect Pelarak's life. Do not fight him, and do not argue, even if he kills me." "Kills you?" "Hush," said Zeusa. "He approaches." An elderly man approached from the front of the temple, having just prayed with a young, overweight acolyte. He wiped away a few tears from his eyes and then smiled at Zeusa. From the chains he wore and the way every other priest turned his head and nodded in reverence as he passed, Veliana knew he could only be Pelarak. "Welcome," he said. "Thank you for accepting us, my glorious high priest," Zeusa said, offering a quick bow. "It is good to hear your voice, Zeusa," Pelarak said. Veliana found the comment unintentionally biting.
"We must talk in private," Zusa insisted. "Our time is short, and our matters urgent."
"I can imagine," Pellerak said, his kindness fading away as if it were a mirage. "Who have you brought with you?"
"That is part of what I wish to discuss."
Pellerak gave Veliana a look that froze her blood. He was dissecting her with his eyes. "So be it. Follow me." He led them to his meager chambers, holding open the door for them like a gentleman. Once they were inside, he closed the door and crossed his arms. "You have done much without my approval," Pellerak said. "What madness has come over you lately?" "How so?" Zusa asked. She ushered Veliana toward a seat, but no one sat. "Attacking the Gemcroft home? What part of my orders to remain neutral and apart from the Shadow War did you not understand?" Zusa shrugged her shoulders.
"The Khals offered land for a temple in Riverrun. They have connection to neither the guilds nor the Trifect."
"Do you think Maynard cares?" Pellerak shook his head. "Karak made it clear as night that we were to remain indifferent. You have put our entire temple in danger because of your recklessness." Veliana would have given anything to see behind the white cloth over Zusa's face.
"What did you tell him?"
Zusa asked. "With him threatening to send the starving masses after us? I offered to aid him, but only if we admitted his daughter as a priestess to ensure he made no such threats again."
"Alisa Gemcroft is under our protection,"
Zusa said, her voice steel. "You answer to me, faceless," Pellerak said, his voice rising to match her intensity. "I don't care what you've done with her. I don't care who you've promised her to, and I don't care what you have to do. Bring her here." "As you wish," Zusa said. She seemed to be staring down the high priest, even though he couldn't see her eyes. Pellerak broke his gaze from her and finally moved behind his desk to sit. Veliana sat down opposite him and crossed her arms. She hoped that the conversation didn't last much longer. The sooner she left the temple, the better. She felt oddly comfortable among Zusa and her faceless sisters. Inside the temple, however, she felt like an intruder waiting to be caught. "I come to ask that Veliana may be admitted into our order," Zusa said. Pellerak raised an eyebrow. "Women are not admitted to the faceless, Zusa. It is a punishment and a dishonor. What has this woman done to deserve such treatment?" "She has sworn her life to me and to Karak." "Then let her join the temple, if her vow is to Karak. You hold no position to accept a life into your hands." Zusa took a step forward.
"My priest, with her talents, I feel her place would be best."
"I will decide what is best," Pellerak said, his voice nearly shaking with a cold intensity. "Your kind has functioned far too long without supervision. If you cross my orders again, I will disband the Faceless and send you into exile. Your place is one of penance, not command, Zusa. If you value your faith in Karak, you will learn this quickly." For a long while, Zusa remained silent. When she moved, it was suddenly. "Come," she said, grabbing Veliana's arm and yanking her to her feet. "Where are we going?" asked Veliana. "I said come." If Pellerak was upset at her leaving instead of staying to be a priestess, he didn't show it. He remained in his seat as they left, not bothering to see them out. Veliana wasn't sure if it was a conscious choice or not, but Zusa didn't blindfold her when they exited the temple. As they marched south, Veliana interrupted the silence between them. "Is it really so terrible to do what he says?" she asked. The shadows seemed to curl off Zusa's body like mist off a pond. It was as if anger fueled them. "If we do as he says, the Khals will be furious," Zusa said. Her voice trembled with rage. "How dare he deny me an apprentice? How dare he?" As they neared the wall, Veliana glanced over, an idea blossoming in her mind. "Who do you serve?" she asked. Carrick, Zusa replied. Help me out here, Zusa. In this matter, is it Elisa, or is it the Cowls? The Cowls have offered land for a temple in Riverrun, a prosperous town that has long denied us permission to establish a presence. Land owned by the Gemcrofts, correct? Zusa halted and looked at Veliana. At least, Veliana assumed she did from the way her head tilted. It was hard to know with that damned cloth over her face. What are you saying? Zusa asked. Veliana shrugged. Seems if you're doing all this for the land, then the Cowls are irrelevant. We just need a promise from Elisa. Zusa crossed her arms. What do you get out of it? She asked. Give me 2 days, Veliana said, winking her good eye. I need to find out what happened to my guild. Can you keep Elisa safe and out of Pelorac's hands until then? The faceless woman thought for a long time. The shadows swirling about her slowly cooled. Very well, Zusa said. Return to me afterward. I am not releasing you from your oath. Veliana drew her 2 daggers and laughed. I wouldn't dare risk you lovely ladies coming after me when I sleep, she said. But let me seek my revenge on Thren, and I'll behave. Enough. Zusa watched her go back into the heart of the city. She crossed her arms. Their plan was already fragile. Cutting out the Cull family would make matters even more precarious. Everything seemed to hinge upon the Kensgold. A Kensgold that would be starting in only a few days. Forgive me if I go against your wishes, Carrick, Zusa whispered as she turned and dashed into the dark alleys. But Pelorak is only a man. He is not you. We will do your will as we know best. The bar was empty but for an unconscious man slumped over a table, a lone serving wench cleaning around him with a cloth, and 2 lovers feeling each other up in the corner. Gileas would have preferred them all gone, but he couldn't afford to be choosy. With Veliana still alive, his days were numbered. After what he'd done to her, there was no way she wouldn't come for vengeance. He sat in the corner opposite the lovers, leering at them, enjoying the sight of the woman's thigh. When she finally glanced over and saw him, she flipped a finger at him and then returned her attention to her lover. Gileas pretended not to notice the man from the Spider Guild entering the tavern. He kept his head down, staring at the table as if stuck in a drunken stupor. Strange place for a worm, said the man as he sat down across from him. Soil beneath the wood floor, Gileas grunted. And you're late, Senkei. I'm pushing my luck as it is. Senkei chuckled as he glanced about the room. The serving wench seemed determined not to acknowledge his existence, so he decided against a drink. Second time now you come calling this supposed valuable information, Senkei said, sounding vaguely amused by the idea. I'm not sure if I believe you have it or not, but apparently my master is willing to listen. Gileas handed over a yellow piece of paper. Senkei flipped it open, read it, and then raised an eyebrow. This is her location? He asked. You're sure? Would I lie to the great and mighty Spider Guild? Gileas asked. Spiders kill worms, or at least they would if they fought. Yeah, but worms eat the spiders after they're dead. Gileas laughed as if this were the funniest thing he'd ever heard. Senkei shifted in his seat, clearly uncomfortable. A good laugh is priceless, but my information is not, said Gileas. Where is my pay? Senkei reached into a pocket of his long gray cloak and pulled out a small bag of coin. He tossed it onto the table. You'll get the second half when the information pans out, Senkei said. Gileas snorted. Keep the other half for yourself, or donate it to some orphans.
What I have is all I need to leave for a more, friendly environment. Once a few certain people are dead, I'm sure I'll come back to sell you the rest of my little secrets.
Senkei shrugged. Your loss. I'll find some orphanage suitably run down to match your charming personality. Jaleus laughed.
To think I'll miss your wit, he said.
And to think I'll miss your lies. Senkei tugged at his hood in a mock salute, then left the tavern. Jaleus nibbled on the ends of his fingers, waiting a minute or two to make sure Senkei wouldn't see him leave. He heard the door creak. He looked up. No one was there. He said. A dagger plunged into his back. He shrieked. The lovers in the corner dashed out the door, the guy struggling to pull up his pants and looking damn foolish doing so. The wench shouted something about no blades, but Jaleus didn't hear it. He twisted to one side, hoping to keep the blade from pushing in farther, but then a hand grabbed his head and slammed it against the table. Stars swam before his eyes. Someone yanked the dagger out. Jaleus clutched his arms against his chest, rocking back and forth as pain shot through his body. Warm blood ran down his spine.
Hello, Vel,
he said as Veliana sat down opposite him. Twirling in her left hand was a bloody dagger, flecks splattering across the table. The tavern owner neared and started to speak, but a single glare from Veliana shut him up.
This is guild business,
she said. That was all the tavern keeper needed to hear. I just saw a Spider Guild officer leaving the bar, she said when the man was gone. What did you sell him, Worm?
Nothing, he said. Only lies and promises and empty air.
She grabbed his hand and thrust the dagger through his palm. To his credit, he didn't scream. Try again, she said.
You're a fool, he said. I wouldn't have killed you. I never would have. So angry.
Look at me, she shouted. She jammed a finger toward her scarred eye. Look! The pupil was milky white, the outer edges bloody. From her forehead to her cheek, the inflamed scar overwhelmed whatever beauty she might have had. You think I give a rat's ass if you meant to kill me or not? She asked. Jaleus coughed. He felt like his back was on fire. With how wet his cough sounded, he knew she'd pierced his lung. It wasn't fatal. Not yet.
I can pay you enough for a healer. There's a chance they can heal your eye. Not enough to see, I doubt. But at least it won't be so ugly.
Veliana yanked the dagger out and then rammed it back downward, this time penetrating his wrist. He screamed. What did you sell him? She asked. You already sold me out to Thren. Who else did you ruin? What remains of my Ash Guild? Jaleus laughed in spite of the pain it caused him.
They're hiding, Vel. Hiding. But worms crawl everywhere. Thren knows where they are now. He knows, and you'll all die. He'll have his plan, his stupid, doomed plan. Oh, how I cannot wait to see the Ken's gold as it unfolds. And the chaos it will unleash.
Realization hit Veliana like a cold fist in her gut. You told Jaren the truth, she said. Not that all the guild leaders would be massing at Thren's hideout tomorrow. You told the king's advisor the goddamn truth. Jaleus's black-toothed grin was all the answer she needed. You son of a bitch, she said, her voice seething with rage. The king's soldiers were going to save us all from that overconfident bastard and his war. Who knows who Jaren's told? Jaleus said. He coughed, and blood spilled across his lips. Who knows what plans they've spun? Kensgold will be a fun night. So much fun. You'll watch nothing, Veliana said. You're going to do Desrel a favor and fucking die. She yanked her dagger out and thrust for his chest. The dagger punched through his clothes, but pierced no flesh. They were empty, and already falling as if dropped from the ceiling. The clothes piled on the chair, looking like some strange joke. Veliana stared at them, her mouth open in shock. She'd thought the first time that she was delusional from her pain and trauma. This time she knew magic was at work. She picked up his shirt and shook it. Nothing. She used her dagger to shift his trousers from side to side. Still nothing. Curses on her lips, she turned to leave when something caught her eye. Crawling on the floor toward a small crack was an 8-inch black worm. As it flexed, she saw a thin cut along its side. "Not possible," she said. No wonder he had been nicknamed the Worm. He'd probably given the name to himself to mock every single person he dealt with. Every joke about living in mud, digging through walls, listening with ears clogged with dirt. It was all true. It was almost to the crack. Veliana hurled her dagger, wanting to get nowhere near the strange creature. The dagger pierced the worm just above its midsection. It twisted and squirmed, its body cut in half. Still it crawled toward the crack, leaving its lower half behind. Veliana crushed it with her heel. Innards spurted across the floor. She held in a wave of vomit. It reminded her of when he had kissed her. She pulled the dagger free, wiped it clean on her pant leg, and then sheathed it. It took a couple kicks to get the worm body through the crack. The carcass was shockingly heavy for being only a worm. When done, she turned and saw the tavern keeper looking at her with wide eyes. "Burn the clothes," Veliana said as she tossed him Jaleus's bag of coins. "Consider that ample payment for keeping your mouth shut." With no time to waste, she hurried out the door. Everything was a mess. If the king knew of Thren's plans for the Kensgold, then most likely the Trifect did too. That changed everything. Before she could worry about that, she had to deal with her most pressing danger. Thren knew where the Ash Guild had holed up to hide. Preparations for an assault would have already begun. Thren had long learned never to let an enemy last a second longer than necessary. She ran a list of safe houses through her mind, trying to decide which one James would flee to first. Faster and faster she ran, praying no guild member caught sight of her. Her guild was dying, and the scent of blood would bring every last cut purse down on their heads. Chapter 17. When Aaron arrived in his father's room, Kayla was already there, waiting. "As I was telling Kayla, this was a perfect hit," Thren said to his son. "Delius is dead, in the middle of a crowd in daylight, no less. No one saw the killer. We've heard confused reports already claiming it was a man instead of a woman. The entire city knows I am responsible, but no court will ever judge me. No soldier will ever find me. That is how you send a message, my son. That is how you frighten a population, by showing that even with common knowledge of our guilt, their justice will never reach us." "Yes, father," Aaron said. His voice was barely above a whisper. Thren noticed his subdued nature and then rubbed his chin. He stared into Aaron's eyes, trying to decipher the reason. "The girl," he asked. "Did you kill her?" Aaron shook his head. He almost lied. He wanted to claim she'd died and that the trauma of killing a young girl in cold blood had left him ill. But he couldn't. His entire insides chilled at the very thought of his father finding out he spoke a lie. "No," he said, stealing a glance at Kayla. "She ran away while the crowd was still gathered. I failed." Thren caught the glance and turned his attention to Kayla. She only shrugged as if she didn't understand. No matter, Thren said. Kayla, go fetch me one of our cut-purses. I don't care who. Haern waited with his eyes downcast. His father never said a word. You called for me? Asked a clean-shaven man with thick circles underneath his eyes. His black hair was cropped and pulled back into a ponytail. I did. Haern, this is Dustin. Have you met him before? Haern shook his head. I don't believe so. Look upon him, Thren said to his son, and listen carefully. Instead of spending time thieving, assaulting caravans, or working the streets, he will instead track your failed target. He will spend our money bribing men and women to find out the girl's name and location. He'll risk his life in these endeavors to both rival thief guilds as well as the Trifex men. Coin, time, and manpower, all wasted because you couldn't do one simple job. Haern kept his eyes down, accepting his father's rebuke. I understand, he said. Good. Thren turned to Dustin. Her last name is Ashitan, daughter of a priest who died earlier today. Find and kill her. Am I allowed to have any fun with her beforehand? Asked Dustin. I want my message hammered home, Thren said. Do as you please. Make sure she dies afterward. Dustin's grin was ear to ear. Be a pleasure. I'll leave her bits on Asher's temple door. Haern felt his neck flush. He desperately hoped his father wouldn't notice, but of course he did. You have plenty of growing up to do, Thren said to him. You wanted to be at my side, and now you are. Start living up to your expectations. Yes, father, said Haern. Begone, Thren said, waving a dismissive hand. Haern didn't go to his room. Instead, he went to Robert Haern's. Come in, the old man said after Haern knocked. The boy crept the door open, slipped inside, and then shut it. When he turned around, Robert was staring at him. What troubles you? Robert asked. Haern bit his lower lip. He so badly wanted to ask a question, but he knew the potential danger. What he wanted to know, his father would disagree with. But he had to know. It would just eat at him for months if he didn't find out. I saw a priest today, he said. He wore a symbol, like this, around his neck. Haern drew a single line in the air with his finger. It looked like an M, with one side much higher and sharper than the other. Robert picked up his cane and walked over to his desk. Did it look something like, this? Robert opened a drawer and pulled out a gold medallion hanging from a silver chain. It also had the strange line. Haern nodded. That line is the Golden Mountain, Robert explained. It has 2 peaks. The lower one represents Desrel, and the height we can ascend to in our lives. The higher one represents the Golden Eternity. As you can see, nothing in this world can ever make one rise as high as in the afterlife. Who is Asher, and why do people pray to him? Robert raised an eyebrow. Where have you heard people praying to Asher? He asked. A brief memory flashed before Haern's eyes, that of the red-haired girl sobbing in front of him as she called out to Asher. Nowhere, he said. Asher is brother to Carrick, who I'm sure you know a little bit more about, considering who your friends and associates are. Asher represents justice, mercy, grace, things that most would consider the finer parts of mankind. That is why someone would pray to him. They seek comfort, or forgiveness, or protection. Robert went to put the amulet back into the drawer, then paused. He saw how Haern was looking at it, and the old man bit his lip. "What is going on, boy?" he asked. "Why do you come in here asking about gods?" Haern didn't want to answer, but Robert was his teacher. If he refused, then the next time he came in asking questions, he might get only silence. Kayla killed a priest of Asher today. I was ordered to kill his daughter, but I failed. Failed? Asked Robert. It was as if he could see right through him. Or refused? Haern felt his cheeks flush. If his father had read him as clearly, then their conversation might have taken a very different turn when Thren was scolding him for his failure. She was crying, he whispered. She didn't even know I was there. Her father, killed right in front of her. I've killed before. But she's not like us. Not... Tears swelled in his eyes. Haern couldn't believe it. He wiped them away, the blush in his cheeks fierce. He felt so stupid, so young. I'm an embarrassment, he said. No, Robert said, putting his hands on Haern's shoulders. His beard wasn't tied behind his head like normal, and it reached down to his waist. It made him look older, less controlled, and more grandfatherly. His whole face seemed to sag a little, as if he had dropped a layer of armor from his flesh. Listen to me, Haern, he said. Your father is raising you to be something terrible. He'll deny you everything, even his love, to make you into what he wants. Do you know what that is, boy? Haern almost denied it, but he remembered what Robert had always said. Any question he asked, Haern should already know the answer to. And Haern did know the answer. It terrified him more than anything. A killer, Haern said, his voice once more a whisper. The perfect killer, Robert gently corrected. He'll starve you of love, affection, friends, faith, everything but the blade and the shadows. Haern sniffed and rubbed his nose against his sleeve. What should I do? Robert handed him the amulet. The boy took it as if it might burn him. His eyes were wide as he traced a finger over the gold. Pray, Haern. Pray for anything and everything. We live in a harsh world. One day your father will place you at the edge of a cliff. I've heard the stories about you. I know you killed your brother when you were but a child. You can jump down that ravine, or you can stand tall and refuse him. I know what happens to people who refuse my father, Haern said. They die. Robert smiled. We all die, son. The question is, who are we when we do? Haern lifted the amulet before his eyes. Everything good about mankind? He asked. Everything we wish we were and most often fail to be, Haern, said Robert. But he wasn't Haern anymore, not then. He put the amulet in his pocket where his father wouldn't see it. When he turned to leave, he paused, then glanced back at his teacher. Do you pray to Asher? He asked. Robert sighed. I know I should not answer, he said. But what I have said is already enough for your father to kill me. Yes, I pray to him, Haern, though not as much as I should, and nothing like I did when I was younger. The world is harsh, Haern. Sometimes it seems like Asher isn't even listening. He thought of the girl, pleading to Asher to give back her father. The hurt in Robert's eyes was so plain, Haern wondered whom he had prayed for Asher to send back. How cruel a world, thought the boy as he left Robert's room, a plan forming in his mind. But I won't be its cruelty. Not any more. He searched the entire compound. Dustin was nowhere to be found. Holding in a curse, Haern went looking for Kayla. He found her in the mess hall, eating with several men. His mind raced, trying to think of a way to talk to her without letting it be obvious. If anyone might help him in protecting the girl, it'd be her. Summoning his courage, he walked straight up to her. If there was no subtle way, then being brazen about it would be less likely to draw attention than some half-assed secret communication. "Kayla," he said, feeling the eyes of the others on him. No matter where he went, he was Thren's son, and the thieves acted like a word from him might be their deaths. It might have been true, but it still made him feel uncomfortable. Of course, any attention made him feel uncomfortable. He preferred the corners and the shadows, not front and center. "Yes, Haern?" she asked. He felt even more awkward with Kayla looking at him. He kept thinking how pretty she was. It didn't help that with her leaning toward him, he had a nice view down her shirt. "I need to find someone," he said. Kayla shrugged and stood from the table, having already finished eating. A couple of others mocked her for leaving a glass full of beer, but another cheerfully volunteered to finish it for her. When they were far enough away, Haern blurted everything out at once. "I need to find Dustin," he said. "The one you fetched for my father." "Dare I ask why?" "I'm going to kill him." Kayla held her surprise well. "Again? Dare I ask why?" They were at the door to the mess hall. Haern waited until she pushed open the door, then used its creak to help hide his voice. "Because he'll kill her," he said. Kayla opened her mouth to ask a question, then closed it, having figured out the answer. "Shit," she said. "You're out of your mind. He's a pro, Haern." She led him down the hall. In the quiet, their voices seemed more ominous, their whispers carrying far. Kayla led them to her room as quickly as possible. "You can't," she said once she shut the door. "You don't even know her name. You're throwing your life away, don't you understand?" Haern clenched his fingers around the medallion through the fabric of his pants. Everything good about mankind, Haern thought. Everything good about me. "I have to try," he said. "Please, tell me where he went." Kayla bit her lip and stared at him. "Fuck it," she said. "I joined this guild for a fearsome reputation and a bloated amount of coin. So far, I've rescued an old man from prison and murdered a helpless priest. It's not like I can do any worse. I'll risk my own life telling you. You do know that, right?" Haern blushed, realizing how stupid he was not to have thought everything through. "I can't," he said, turning to leave. "I can't risk your life, not for me, not for her." "Haern," she said, grabbing his shoulder and turning him around. She smiled at him, even as her lips trembled with fear. "I researched the Eshetons before the job in what little time I had. Dalglish was a noble who turned to the priesthood only a few years back. He has a mansion in the Western District. It's sparsely furnished and poorly staffed. He gave away much of his wealth to the temple. The girl might be there, or she might be in the temple. If she's in the temple, you haven't a prayer of getting to her. Either way, that mansion is the first place Dustin will look." "Thank you," Haern said. Kayla gave him directions to the mansion, as well as a brief description of what it looked like from the outside. "Dustin started ahead of you," Kayla said, "but he'll need to ask around first to find out where they live. You might be able to beat him there. Hurry out, and try to be back before sunrise." Haern hurried to the door, and he heard Kayla's voice call out after him. "And for the love of all that's holy, don't let anyone see you." Chapter 18. Haern felt oddly exhilarated. He'd never been out at night on his own. Thren had always insisted someone accompany him on his rare excursions out of the complex. Usually the reasons involved safety, the trifect, and rival guilds wanting to settle a million old grudges. More and more, though, Haern decided his father wanted to keep him from having a taste of freedom. He ran along the rooftops. With so many nearby logging towns, especially those on the northern edges of the King's Forest, the houses were built sturdy, tall, and with mostly flat roofs. The wood and plaster easily held him. He landed as softly as he could, but he also ran fast. Bits of gray cloth trailed in the air behind him, the ties to the mask that covered his entire face. Only his blue eyes were visible. As he neared the western district, the going got rougher. The west was far from the wealthiest of districts, but every part of the city had its betters, and they always clumped themselves together. As the buildings grew fancier, the roofs grew more slanted, with multiple floors, odd decorations, and stone creatures, as well as the sharp triangular rooftops that had been fashionable at some point. Instead of racing along, he leaped and climbed. Sweat poured across his skin. The air was devilishly cold, but through it all Aaron smiled. "I'm Haern now," he thought. "I'm free. Haern is powerful. Haern can rebel." It was strange thinking like that, but it made sense somehow. Let Aaron be shy. Let Aaron cower before his father and steal as ordered. Haern would hide, and he would survive. And tonight, Haern would kill. But unlike Aaron, he'd do it for good. He knew just enough about sex to know that whatever Dustin planned to do, it'd be horrific torture before he actually killed the girl. He couldn't let her go through that, especially knowing it'd be his fault. His cowardice, his inability to lie to his father to protect her. At last he found the mansion. He was atop an even larger home on the opposite side of the street, his arms wrapped around a stone statue of what looked like a deer crossed with a man. His fingers drummed against the antlers. Despite the darkness, he could see far. The moon was bright, the clouds only wispy ghost fingers stretching across the sky. There was no sign of anything amiss. No windows were broken, the door was shut tight, and he saw no shadows skulking around the sides. Of course, based on what Kayla had said, he had to assume that Dustin would be a bit more subtle than to just walk up to the front door and kick it in. If the girl was there, she most likely wasn't alone. Or she could be in the Temple of Asher. Sitting there across the street, there were a million things Aaron didn't know, and he'd find out none of them from his current perch. Tapping his dagger to give himself courage, he climbed down and approached the mansion. The place lacked the security of higher wealth. No worn paths circled the building from a patrol of guards. No fence surrounded it, and no dogs prowled about. Many times Senke had led him to various estates, pointed out weaknesses, and made him sneak in when the night was young. He never had to steal anything valuable, just something to prove he had gone deep inside the home. From what he saw of the Eshitan mansion, Aaron thought Senke never would have given him a place so easy except as a warm-up. Aaron slipped around back, checking each of the windows. He found one unlocked near the very back. His heart stopped as he realized that Dustin may have been the one to unlock it. Stepping back, he scanned the area, seeing no footprints. There was undisturbed dirt on the windowsill. Carelessness, then, Aaron decided. Thank Asher for that. He slid it open, doing so quicker than he might have normally. He didn't have time to be patient. If Dustin spotted him, he'd want to know what was going on. Aaron might be able to get the jump on him if he hurried. With the window halfway open, Aaron slipped inside and onto the hardwood floor within. His landing made far more noise than he'd have liked. If any of his former teachers had been there, he'd have been given a solid, but quiet, smack to the head. It took him another moment to decide what to do about the window. Part of him wanted to leave it open for a quick getaway. Then he realized that if he was trying to make a quick getaway, he had already failed terribly. Better to make sure Dustin got no wind of his being there. He shut it and readjusted the curtains. Aaron could only guess as to the layout of the mansion. Thick curtains covered the windows, making the rooms far darker than it was outside. He waited a minute for his eyes to adjust, then worked his way toward the back. When his feet touched carpet, he smiled. Off of the hard surface, he'd make much better time. He had entered a long hallway with 3 windows facing out. The direction he'd guessed led him to a small kitchen. Small by rich men's standards, anyway, though it appeared well-stocked. Aaron slipped on through, drawing his dagger as he exited into a short hallway ending at a door. He pried it open, cringing at the noise the hinges made. An alert guard might have heard, but inside he saw only a large bed. An elderly lady slept on the side closest to him, her mouth open, drooling. Her hair was completely gray. Lying beside her was Delius's daughter. Haern couldn't believe it. Her father murdered that morning by the Spider Guild, no less, and no one had thought to give her a guard? Not even a man of the house? Instead, she was with an aunt or a grandmother. Helpless. That's what I'm for, Haern thought as he scanned the area. The room only had one door. If Dustin was to get to them, he had to go through the kitchen, followed by the short hallway. Knowing his time was running out, Haern planned through the upcoming encounter. When Dustin arrived, he was determined to have surprise on his side. "You're sure that's where she is?" Dustin asked, dancing a copper piece along his knuckles. "Yeah," said the drunken man opposite him. "Delicia's not old enough to be by herself, not with a brother off being trained to be some kind of mage or whatnot. Her granny's with her. Stupid old bag. I'd have slapped her 12 times if she wasn't so quick and eager to call her son to save her." "I don't care about her," Dustin said. "Why wouldn't they take Delicia elsewhere?" The other man shrugged. He looked ready to pass out. When Dustin had begun asking around the bars about the Eshitons, he'd been given blank looks, until, at the 5th, a man had pointed to the corner. "Ask for Barney," he'd been told. "Guy worked for him. God or something." Barney had actually been a gardener, though he had often implied that he'd been an actual guard when asked what he did. Dustin had been worried about loyalties to his employer, worries that quickly died when he found out Barney had been fired earlier in the day. "Windbag thinks they can't afford me," Barney grumbled. "I'll show her. Bet that Delius bastard had a ton stored away. No one just gives their shit to the poor. They'll say they do, but they never do." Dustin had already bought the man 3 drinks. He tossed him the copper, not caring that it rolled off the table into the floor. For a moment, it didn't look like Barney even noticed. "What you want them for anyway?" he asked after a lengthy belch. "Unfinished business," said Dustin as he walked out of the bar. The Eshiton estate wasn't very far. It appeared Barney liked to drink close to home. Dustin kept to the shadows as he approached, his hand casually resting on the hilt of his mace. With its solid round head, it was more of an iron club. A good blow could smash a man's skull like a pumpkin. Dustin always got a much bigger thrill breaking bones than spilling blood. People bled all the time. Cuts were on the outside. Bones were inside, and the way people howled when he mangled their fingers or obliterated their kneecaps, it gave him shivers just thinking about it. There was also one extra benefit to having the mace instead of a sword. He slipped around to the back, found the first window on the eastern side facing away from the street, and then smashed it in with his mace. Barney had made it quite clear that it was just Delicia and her grandmother, and that they had no guards. Even if they did awake to the sound of breaking glass, what would they do? Fight back? Dustin chuckled. He hoped so. He wasn't much for old ladies, but Delicia was supposed to be 10 or so. Her pleading and struggling would be damn exciting. Once inside, Dustin pushed his back against the wall beside the doorway. If someone came to investigate the noise, he'd have an easy blow to the back of their head. No one came. He shook his head. Whoever these Eshitons were, they were a stupid lot. He walked silently into a modest kitchen, careful not to disturb anything. He had been sloppy with the window. He knew that, but making too much ruckus searching for the girl would be pushing his luck. Besides, if they tried to flee, he wanted to make sure he heard them. He was not prepared for what he saw when he reached the other side of the kitchen. A boy, dressed in Spider Guild grays, knelt next to a door at the end of a short hallway. Dustin stopped, unhidden in the middle of the doorway, and wondered if he had somehow entered the wrong house. So far, the boy's back was to him. Dustin glanced around, saw a crumb of hardened bread crust, and flung it. It smacked the boy in the ear. His tiny body jumped, and Dustin winced at the noises he made. They weren't loud, but he guessed a bedroom was on the other side of the door. "What the bloody abyss are you doing here?" Dustin whispered fiercely once the boy was with him in the kitchen. The boy looked back, only his eyes visible through the mask over his face. Dustin figured he was one of their younger thieves, but he didn't have a clue who. "And what's with the mask?" "I'm correcting a mistake," the boy whispered back. Dustin gestured to the door, then made a circular motion with his finger beside his head, showing what he thought of that plan. "You're a kid. Now go home," Dustin said. "I have work to do." When he tried to push him aside, the boy grabbed his wrist and held firm. "She was my kill first," he whispered far too loudly. The hairs on the back of Dustin's neck stood on end. Something was wrong here. Those eyes seemed so familiar. "Aaron?" he asked, tugging his arm free. "No," said the boy. "My name is Haern." Pain spiked into Dustin's side. He spun on reflex, only dimly aware that the boy had stabbed him. His spin forced the dagger out, flinging blood across the lower drawers of the kitchen. He swung his mace, grunting as it broke the doorframe. Haern rolled underneath the blow, kicked off the table, and then lunged with his dagger. Dustin parried with the length of his mace, set his left foot closer, and then swung back, hoping Haern would trip when dodging. Instead, the boy ducked underneath, looped his own leg around Dustin's foot, and stabbed his dagger into Dustin's calf. Choking down a scream, Dustin swung his mace back down. One good hit and he'd splatter Haern's brains across the floor. Problem was, the boy was too fast. He darted from side to side, barely avoiding every swing. How the noise had not attracted attention, Dustin didn't have a clue. On his fourth swing, Haern parried the mace to the side, then cut back quickly enough to slice a thin gash along Dustin's hand. The older thief abandoned all pretense at silence. Any underestimation of Haern's skill was gone. He stepped back, hoping to go on the defensive to see if Haern made a mistake. Instead, Haern lunged, his sudden aggressiveness startling Dustin. More dagger cuts lined his legs, which already throbbed with pain. "Have her," Dustin said, backing toward the window he'd entered. "You can have her. Just fucking kill her afterward, all right?" This only seemed to enrage Haern further. Dustin turned to run, knowing the boy would never let him leave. He took only 2 steps and then spun. His knee slammed into Haern's stomach, knocking the wind out of him. Before the boy could dart away, he followed it up with a vicious elbow to the side of his face. He felt grim satisfaction at the sight of blood spurting across the carpet. Blood that wasn't his. "What is your problem?" Dustin asked as he knelt down. Haern was on his stomach, his dagger lying several inches out of reach in the kitchen. He grabbed Haern's leg and pulled him closer, determined to remove the mask. He had his suspicions about the boy being Aaron, but needed to know for sure. If it was Aaron, he'd leave and let Thren dole out whatever punishment he felt appropriate. If it wasn't, well, he readied the mace in his other hand. "Let's take a look, eh?" Dustin said as he spun the boy onto his back. When Haern rolled, his leg shot upward, kicking Dustin in the chin with his heel. Haern used the momentary confusion to continue his roll, breaking free of Dustin's grip. The mace missed and struck the carpet, breaking the wood floor underneath. The boy lunged for the dagger, scooped it up in his hands, and then whirled. Dustin's jaw dropped as the dagger flew through the air and buried itself in his chest. Before he could react, Haern was already chasing it, his foot slamming into Dustin's throat. Dustin retched as he fell. His mace smacked the floor twice, never once hitting flesh. Haern straddled him, his knees pressing in against Dustin's elbows. Dustin felt the dagger yank free of his chest, then press against his throat. "You can't kill her," Haern said. "Your father will figure it out, Aaron," said Dustin, hoping his guess was right and the boy's real name would startle him. Instead, his whole face darkened, a frightening gleam in his eye. "I'm not Aaron," he said. "Not when I have a choice." The dagger stabbed downward, and then Dustin saw the gleam no more. Haern sheathed his dagger and tightened his mask. He was bleeding from the nose where Dustin had elbowed him, and with nowhere else to go, the blood was seeping into the mask and running down his lips. His stomach felt like it had a terrible cramp from his being kneed there. Sniffling, he stood up and held in a shiver. Now he'd actually killed Dustin, he had no clue what to do with the body. He thought about leaving it there for the old lady to clean up. Surely she knew some younger men to help deliver it to proper gravemen. Haern frowned. That wouldn't do. If Thren found out one of his men had died on the job, he'd send another to finish it. He never left things undone. He needed Dustin gone. That way he could claim the kill for himself and act as if Dustin had never shown. Thieves went missing all the time for a million reasons. Surely he could think of one that sounded convincing. His stomach heaved again and he fell to his knees. When he vomited, he saw blood. Hoped it wasn't something serious. His heart was pounding in his head, and once more he looked at the dead body as if to confirm it was still there. Amid his pain, he heard the padded footsteps only a moment before something blunt struck the back of his head. His vision swam with dots, and his whole body lurched to one side. He spun as he fell, just in time to see something large and black come swinging in at his face. Right before he was knocked out cold, he wondered how many days until his father forgot he'd ever existed. "Stay back, Delicia," said the old woman, holding a heavy iron pan. "These vermin are dangerous even at a young age." "Don't be silly, Gran," said Delicia. "You hurt him bad." Gran stood over both bodies, wielding the pan with both hands as if it were an ancient weapon of legend. She gently prodded the young man's body with her bare foot before stepping back into the kitchen. "He dead?" Delicia asked. "Don't look like it," said Gran. "Maybe if I were 20 years younger, I'd have sent his brains flying out his ear. But looks like I just rung his bell a little." "What do we do?" asked Delicia. "Tie him up?" "Don't have the rope for that. Here, help me drag him into the pantry. We'll just lock him up in there for now." She stepped around and grabbed the boy's feet. "Ugh!" she said. "Blood all over the carpet." "Gran!" The old lady looked up at her granddaughter. "What?" she asked. Delicia's face was pale, and with a limp hand she pointed to Dustin's lifeless body. Gran, whose real name she hadn't gone by for at least 15 years, turned around and looked. "Keep forgetting how sheltered you've been," Gran said. "Delius did a good job of that, at least. If he had let you go to market on your own once in a while, you'd have seen plenty sights worse than this lying in the gutters." Delicia's eyes teared up at her father's name. Gran saw this and quietly muttered a curse to herself. "I'm sorry, girl. It's been a rough day, and this ugly business is so much more than you deserve. Your father was a good man, and I'm sure he was doing what he thought was best for you." Delicia nodded and wiped away some of her tears. Trying to be brave, she grabbed the boy's hands and helped lift him off the floor. They dragged him to the pantry door, then dropped him so Gran could remove the dagger from his belt. "Most likely we'll let the guards have him," Gran said as she put the dagger on one of the tables. The pantry was large enough for 3 people standing side by side, so one unconscious young man easily fit. Gran dropped her end unceremoniously on the floor. Delicia lowered hers a bit more gently, not wanting to hurt his head. They shut the door, leaving him sprawled across the floor. "Bring the candle closer so I can see," Gran said. Delicia promptly obeyed. They had 2 candles lit, one for each of them from when they had sneaked out of their bedroom to see what was going on. Delicia put one on the counter next to the pantry and left the other one on the table beside the dagger. "Need a lock," Gran said as she examined the pantry door. "Give me that chair. No, darling, the other one. The one that didn't cost your father 10 farms worth of dairy milk. The pantry had a slot for a lock in case the servants' fingers got too sticky when they were cooking and cleaning. It was up high, far beyond reach of Gran's stooped shoulders. "Hold it steady for me," said Gran after returning to the table and grabbing the dagger. "Yes, Gran," said Delicia. Gran climbed up, putting both feet on the cushion. "You want me to split my head open like a watermelon?" Gran snapped. "Hold that blasted thing still!" Delicia clutched the chair tighter, doing her best to keep it from rocking. She wondered what might happen if the thief inside woke up and tried to open the door. Gran would go sprawling, perhaps even taking Delicia down with her. She prayed he stayed unconscious. "Hope this'll fit," Gran said as she pushed the dagger into the hole intended for a lock's latch. It slid in about a third of the way before catching. Gran grunted and pushed harder, but the dagger wasn't budging. "We'll have to hope it holds," Gran said. "I'm coming back down now." She stepped off, looking very relieved when her feet touched solid floor. Her wrinkled hands clutched the back of the chair as she regained her breath. "Was a time I could go leaping tree to tree without a care," Gran grumbled. "What I'd give to be that crazy gal again." "Do you want me to fetch the guards?" Delicia asked. "You?" asked Gran. She looked at the young girl as if she'd asked to drink hard liquor and then run naked through Merchant Way. "Don't be daft. 2 men snuck in with aims to rob and kill you. I'm not letting you run about on your own." "We have to get someone," Delicia insisted. "What if more come?" "I want the guards, Gran. Can't you go get the guards?" Gran's whole face turned sour. "Of course I want the guards. Something needs to be done about this, a dead body and a locked-up young man. But by Asher's beard, I'm not letting you out at night. Gods damn it! I should have had one of the servants stay overnight. Thought you could use some quiet time to grieve, but what do I know?" Delicia shifted uncomfortably as her grandmother muttered and looked around the kitchen. "All right," Gran said. "I don't like this one bit, but here's what we'll do. I'll hurry out and find a guard. You stay right where you are. If that boy starts kicking and shoving at the door, you watch the latch at the top. That dagger starts moving, or the wood starts to break, you run your skinny ass out to the streets and the nearest guard station. Am I understood?" Delicia tucked her hands behind her back and lowered her head. That always seemed to please Gran best when she was lecturing. "Yes, Gran," the girl said. Gran was still frowning when she hurried back to her bedroom. She was only in her shift, and dead body or no dead body, she wasn't going out indecent. Once she had on a dull beige dress and a red scarf, she returned to the kitchen and kissed her granddaughter on the forehead. "Be safe, and may Asher watch over you," she said. "I'll be careful," Delicia said. Gran's eyes darted over to the pantry as if a monster lurked within. "You better. Remember, second it looks weak, you run like the wind." When she was gone, Delicia sat down on the expensive chair. She picked at the fine cloth on the cushion, not seeing how it was really any different from the other chair. She'd left it in front of the pantry door, thinking maybe if the door burst open it might cause the boy to stumble. With his mask on, she hadn't had a chance to see much of his face, only his blonde hair peeking out from the top. The candles slowly flickered and burned. The longer Gran was gone, the more slowly the seconds seemed to crawl. Delicia hadn't realized just how quiet the mansion had gotten. For as long as she could remember, cats had lived underneath the floor of their home, sneaking in and out of holes her family could never find. She heard them crawling now, thumping against boards and beams. Every time she heard one, her skin crawled. They'd never bothered her before, but now she imagined men with daggers instead of cats with kittens. In that quiet, she heard a muffled noise within the pantry. Delicia tensed. Even her breathing halted. She listened for something, anything. Another noise, this time like a foot dragging along the floor. The young man was getting up. She thought about shoving the back of the chair against the pantry door, but knew it would do no good. There was nothing for it to hook under. She'd have to trust the dagger. Suddenly the door rocked outward. She heard objects rattling within, and the wood creaked as the dagger caught inside the latch. Despite herself, Delicia let out a shrill scream. That seemed to puzzle whoever was inside. She heard him speak, his voice muffled but still understandable. "You're alive?" Delicia wasn't sure how to respond. "Of course I am," she said. "Why wouldn't I be?" She heard a loud thump within. It sounded like he'd sat down with his back against the door. "Then I didn't fail," she heard him say, though whether to her or himself she didn't know. "My granny is getting the guard," Delicia said, thinking if she could keep him talking he wouldn't start beating on the door. Of course, with that being her plan, she realized how dumb it was to admit guards were coming. She smacked her forehead and hoped she hadn't screwed up too badly. "Guards," the boy said. "Good. You'll be safe." Delicia stared at the door, certain she had misheard. "What was that?" she asked. "I said, good, you'll be safe." She blinked. Why would someone who had broken into her home care if she was safe? Unless... "What are you doing here?" she asked. "Protecting you," said the boy. "From who?" "The men who killed your father." That sent an icy chill down her spine. She'd tried to forget the body in the hallway, tried to forget the horrible moment when her father had collapsed amid his followers. Why did people want her dead? Why did they want her father dead? "We never hurt anyone," she said, tears forming in her eyes. "Why did they do this? My father was good. He was good, real good, more than I'll ever be. Why?" Delicia cried. The young man inside remained silent the whole while. For some reason she found that rather kind of him. "My name is Haern," said the pantry once her crying died down to just sniffles. "Hello, Haern," she replied. "I'm Delicia Eschaton." Delicia. To her it sounded like he was feeling over the word with his tongue, applying it to some unknown memory or picture. Perhaps he was trying to imagine what she looked like. "You stay put, all right?" she said. "I'll tell the guards you behaved when they come." "It won't matter, Delicia," said Haern. "Why not?" she asked. "Because they'll kill me." Delicia shivered, wishing she had worn something warmer. The blankets of her bed were not far away, but she didn't want to leave sight of the pantry for a second. So far, Haern hadn't tried to get out, but he might be biding his time. "They won't do that," she said. "They will. You're not safe. You have to get out of the city, Delicia. When Thren realizes Dustin failed, he'll send another after you. He won't stop until you're dead." She wanted to believe he was lying. If he was really good at it. "Who is Thren?" she asked. A soft chuckle echoed from within the pantry. "You really don't know? Thren Fellhorn, leader of the Spider Guild. He's dangerous. He's the one who killed your father. You should have died when he did, but the other killer—" His voice trailed off. Delicia's hands trembled like little birds. In every corner she imagined the man from the hallway. He held a metal club in his hand, his pale face lit with a grin. "I don't know where to go. Dad's will gave all his farms to the workers. We have money, but Gran won't listen. She never listens to me. Can't we just hire some guards?" Another soft laugh within. "Guards? You really don't know anything, do you?" Her anger flared. "Well, at least I'm not the one stuck in a pantry." He didn't seem to have a comeback for that. A minute passed in brooding silence. Haern cracked first, and that alone made Delicia feel a little better. "I'm sorry," he said. "How old are you, Delicia?" She puffed out her chest, even though he couldn't see it. "I'm 10, almost 11. "I'm only 13, said Haern. "I don't think either of us know anything, do we?" She almost took it as an insult, then let it drop. Sitting there, scared and alone, and wishing her Gran were back, she found it a little hard to argue. "You really think someone else will come for me and Gran?" Delicia asked. "Yes, I do." Delicia sighed. She felt like crying some more, so she did. Again, Haern waited patiently for her to finish. She wondered how much time had passed. Surely Gran should be back with guards by now. "Why are you here?" she asked, after wiping her face with the hem of her shift. "I said already. To protect you." "But that's stupid," she said. "You're barely older than me." "The man in the hallway is dead, isn't he?" The way he said it gave her another chill. Delicia curled her knees up to her chest and hugged them. She stared at the pantry, oddly curious as to what Haern's face looked like underneath his mask. "The guards won't really kill you when they get here, right?" she asked. "You're just saying that so I let you out." "They know who I am. That alone will earn me death." Again she thought of his mask. "You know who is after us," Delicia said. "That means you can help us." "Can you? I know you're young, but you stopped that man before. Can you do it again?" "I don't know," she heard Haern say. "Maybe you should leave me for the gods." That seemed to stoke a bit of fire in her. "If you can help me, then say so. I won't have you dying in there because of who you are. Daddy always said to judge someone by what they do, not by their name or what they say." "Some names are so bloody they must be judged," Haern said quietly. Delicia shook her head. Her father had hammered home certain things in his lectures, and that was one. "Grace is stronger than blood," she said. On the far side of the house, the door opened. Delicia's heart jumped, but then she heard Gran shouting at the top of her lungs. "Del! I'm here, sweetie. It's Gran, and I've got the guard." She looked to the hallway, then to the pantry. She couldn't do it. She couldn't leave him to die. Even though she was still young, she was as tall as Gran was. It wasn't because she was extraordinarily tall, more that Gran had never been tall to begin with, and her back had bent with age. Delicia climbed atop the chair and stretched for the dagger lodged in the lock. On the second tug, it broke free, showering a few splinters atop her head. "Say something, hon! You're scaring me!" Gran shouted. "I'm in here!" Delicia shouted back as she pulled the chair away and then flung the door open. Haern stood waiting for her, his mask pulled tight around his face. Blood had soaked it throughout. For a brief moment she expected him to attack her. He didn't. He only stared at her with the strangest of expressions. "Don't stand there," she whispered. "Hide!" When Gran arrived, accompanied by two gruff-looking men in the brown armor of the city guard, Delicia was sitting in the chair facing the pantry. She looked up and smiled at Gran, but her eyes were wild with fear. "Are you all right?" Gran asked as she scooped her granddaughter into her arms. The guards had stopped to examine the body in the hallway. When Delicia didn't respond, Gran glanced at the pantry door and saw it slightly ajar. "Did he hurt you?" she asked, her eyes suddenly widening with fear. "I'm fine," she said. "He got away is all. He wasn't dangerous." "Wasn't dangerous? Wasn't? Did you even see what he did to that man? He cut his damn throat, you stupid girl!" At this point, one of the guards entered, looking around with a distant, tired expression. "Where'd you say the boy was? He's stammered Gran. "He got away," Delicia said. "He kicked open the door and ran." Muttered the guard. "You see what he looked like?" "He had a mask," Gran said, finally composing herself. I didn't think to remove it." "Can't do much about that, then. What do you reckon happened to the thief back there? Those cuts don't look like a boy made them." "I've told you what I know," said Gran. The guard shrugged and left the kitchen. They examined the body a few minutes longer, then gave the estate a lazy search, finding nothing. When a third guard showed up with a wagon for the body, they picked it up and carried it outside. "I'd reckon you should get yourselves some mercenaries," one said to them. "Place like this, looks like you should be able to afford a sellsword or two." Delicia stayed in her seat the whole while, not once getting up to leave the kitchen. Gran wandered about before dismissing the guards. When she returned to the kitchen, her face was a lively red. "Well, that was embarrassing enough," she said. "I tell them stories of a dangerous young man locked in my pantry, and all I can show them is dust bunnies and some rotted cabbage." Gran caught Delicia's eyes drifting over her shoulder and turned to look. Sitting on top of the counter, a cabinet door open below him, was Haern. Delicia winced as Gran screamed bloody murder. Chapter 19. The third safe house was the correct one. Veliana glanced around to make sure no one watched, then pushed aside a false brick in the giant wall surrounding the city. When she did, a lever snapped within the wall, unseen gears turned, and the dirt below her shifted as a circular sheet of metal lifted upward. Replacing the brick, Veliana climbed down a small ladder and then replaced the lid. It would be visible under close inspection for a day or two until the dust settled over it and a few walked across it. Not that it mattered. If Jaleus really had told Thren its location, they had less than an hour to get out. In the darkness that overcame her when she replaced the lid, Veliana had to feel around to get her bearings. There was only one direction to go, back toward the city in a cramped tunnel. She squirmed on her belly, elbows tucked tight against her sides. About 20 feet in, the tunnel started sloping upward. Another 20 feet and she bopped her head against a solid piece of wood. "Shit," she said as she touched her throbbing forehead. Normally, close to the false bottoms of buildings, there'd be light sneaking through the cracks. Here there was nothing. Feeling around blindly, she found a small lever and pulled it. Grating noises from both sides filled her ears, and then a whoosh of air above her signified the board's removal. She climbed out. It didn't take long to figure out why there was no light warning her of the false bottom. She was in the basement of a rather large mansion. She'd known of the entrance to the safe house, but never been there before. James must have fled here, she thought. This place looks to be enormous. The basement itself was not lit, but to her right she saw light spilling down a staircase and she worked her way toward it. She kicked a crate once, biting down on her tongue to hold in another curse. She walked more carefully after that. At the bottom of the stairs, she looked up. A man was leaning against the door frame at the top, his back to her. "Make him roll again," the man shouted. "I saw Jack shaking them bones a bit too crazy. He's probably got a rigged pair in his pockets." As he finished talking, Veliana pressed the tip of her dagger against his neck, having climbed all the way up without alerting him to her presence. "A lousy guard is a dead guard," she told him as he jerked his head around, his whole body stiffening. "Hey, Vel," he said, smiling nervously at her. "Glad to see you're back, and cheery as ever." Veliana recognized him as Jory, a low recruit, promoted most likely because of the attrition caused by the other guilds. "Out of my way," she said, giving him a shove. Several other men in the light grays of the Ash Guild jumped from their seats around a table. 2 of them grabbed daggers, while the rest just gawked. "You're supposed to be dead," said the man holding the dice. She presumed he was Jack. "Hate to disappoint," she said. "Now where is James?" "What the fuck happened to your face?" asked one of the thieves. She ignored him and continued glaring. "Upstairs," said Jack. "All right. I want torches lit and stuck in the basement.
Get 2 men watching it, and I mean watching it, not sitting at the top of the stairs waiting for a crossbow bolt. What about the front doors to the building? Who's watching them? Just Gary, said another. It's been quiet here. The guilds have started leaving us alone since James agreed to Thren's plan. This stopped Veliana in her tracks. He agreed? She asked. When? Earlier this morning, said Jory. Where have you been, Vel? Veliana shook her head, trying to match things up in her mind. No time, she said. I've got to talk to James. The rest of you, get to the doors, with at least 1 man patrolling the windows. Why the attitude? Asked a fat man from the corner. Because Thren knows we're here, she said. He won't leave us be. Not now. Not ever. But we agreed to what he wanted, said Jack. Surely he won't. The next person that argues with me gets a knife in the throat, Veliana shouted. That shut them up, she thought as she stormed through the house, searching for a way upstairs. When she came upon a spiral staircase, she grabbed the railing and used it to climb up the steps 2 at a time. Once on the 2nd floor, she looked about, seeing a hallway leading in either direction. She chose one, her head on a swivel. She stopped when a voice called her name. Veliana? She spun, stepped 2 doors down, and found James sitting on the edge of his bed, naked. Refusing to blush or even avert her eyes, she crossed her arms behind the small of her back. A young blonde lay sprawled out on the bed beside him, her slender form barely hidden by the thin blankets wrapped around her. Apologies for the bad timing, she said. I hope I arrived at the end and not the beginning. James chuckled. We barons like to think there are no endings or beginnings, he said. Just brief interludes in between. He stood and pulled down his trousers. His movements stirred the woman beside him. She pulled the blankets closer and then rolled the other way. Who is that? Veliana asked as James stepped out of the room and shut the door behind him. One of Leon Connington's maids. Why? Her jaw dropped open. Are you mad? She could tell him where our safe house is. James laughed. You know how he treats him. He'll be lucky if he even gets his maid back, let alone any information. James's joy drained away as he truly saw her face for the first time. By Asher, what happened to you? He asked, gently touching it with his fingertips. Is it still tender? Hurts like a bitch, she said. It won't heal either. What is this I hear about you making a deal with Thren? James sighed. He walked into the room opposite his own. There were no furnishings or portraits, just a single yellow curtain he pulled back so he could stare out at the city through the diamond-shaped window. Thren's plan may be suicide, but there's still a chance of it succeeding. If we opposed him any longer, we'd never last another night. They burned us out of our last 2 safe houses. Did you see? She nodded. James shook his head, his hand curling as if he wished he had a drink to hold. We've lost so many. Our territory is almost non-existent. Even after this, we'll still lose most of our members to other guilds unless we get lucky and hit a large haul somewhere. What would you have me do, Vel? Stand and fight him? Fight the combined might of all the thief guilds? Other guilds must be getting nervous, Veliana said. Thren tried to recruit me to take your place. He feared others would abandon him if he tried to force anyone to his side. James laughed. He didn't do any of this. He planted whispers, ideas, and let the rest of the guilds eat us alive. Those who were closest to the Spider Guild got the best territory. Our best territory. He wanted you because it was easier. A quick coup. A few dead bodies, and then he's got another puppet running another guild. Instead, he had to spill a bit more blood. It wasn't hard. You know Kadish, Vel. His hawks have wanted everything north of Iron Road for months. Now he's got it. 5 years we've fought that bastard's war. 5 fucking years. And now, because we don't play along, we get thrown to the dogs. And the shadows, hawks and serpents, Veliana said. We have no friends. We never have. James gestured once more to her face. Who gave you that? Is that why you barged in here looking for me? Veliana turned away, suddenly self-conscious of the wound. That? No. Jaleas did it, but he's dead. I killed... James, Jaleas sold information to one of Thren's men less than 2 hours ago. He gloated over letting Fellhorn know where we were hiding. It means nothing, insisted James. But he was so certain, Veliana said. He also claimed to have told the king's men about Thren's plans for the Kensgold. At this, James's face darkened. Thren won't believe you, he said. We tell him a dead man leaked his plan to the king, then demand he call it off? He'll only assume we're seeking a new way to sabotage his plan without outwardly opposing him. Worse, he'll think we told the king ourselves. Damn that little worm! Veliana knew she should have found that funny, but didn't. We can't go through with this, she said. We can't throw our lives away with him. James wrapped his arm around her and pulled her close. Tell me everything, he said. All that's happened? Veliana told her tale of being captured and left for Jaleas, and her encounter with the Faceless Women. She hid nothing, not even her trip to Carrick's temple. When she finished, his face was the calm, angry stone she most often saw when he was contemplating death. So, Vic betrayed you to the Spider Guild? He said. I knew he was gone, though I assumed he died in the ambush that had killed Walt, and presumably you. He must be laying low. We'll find him in time and teach him the revenge of the Ash Guild. What do we do? Veliana asked. Jaleas was supposed to tell them where Thren's guild house is located, and convince him all the guild leaders would be there, working out a plot to kill the king. An entire army should have descended upon that Fellhorn bastard's base, but instead Jaleas fucked that up and told him the truth. Now we're sworn to a promise that means death, yet can't back off from it, else we find death in a whole new way. James squeezed her shoulder. We'll play along, he said. I plan to survive, and settle our score with Vic and Kadish. But come the Kensgold, we will not be the ones dying that night. What do you mean? Veliana asked. Surely you don't... I do, said James. What night will Thren be more vulnerable? What night will his entire reputation hinge upon? The Kensgold is the key, Vel. We wreck him, and everything he's built fractures. We'll negotiate our own peace with the Trifect. Let the others fight the mercenaries. We'll make 10 times their coin from our whores alone. I'll trust you, Veliana said, pulling out from his grip. I'll even help you after I return to the Faceless Women. But first, you have to promise me something. What's that? He asked. Leave his son, Haern, to me. Gerend Krold sat in his chair, feeling particularly vulnerable, even though the thick stone of the castle's walls surrounded him. He went over that morning's conversation repeatedly in his head. Thren would have a word with you, one of the kitchen boys had told him, someone Gerend failed to recognize. And why would I agree to that? Gerend had asked in return, not bothering to ask why such a child would know. The spiders seemed to spin their webs everywhere when they needed to. It's important. It's about the Kensgold. Be in your room and be alone, or people die. And then the child had vanished, as Gerend stood frozen still in the hallway before the throne room. The Kensgold. Did Thren know that Gerend had been tipped off about his plans for the Kensgold by the worm? Gerend had gone through the day trying to remain calm, but it had been a farce. The idea of someone sneaking into his bedroom should have been ludicrous. His quarters in the castle were small, but luxurious, and, more important, extremely safe.
He was surrounded by guards and protected by sheer walls of stone and roving patrols of soldiers. Never before had he worried for his life when his door was locked and his window barred. Yet for years he had listened to the wild tales of Thren Fellhorn's exploits. The man had killed an entire royal family, 2 if the rumors were true. He had stolen the family jewels from Connington's very head without the man noticing. He had killed Ser Morak, the greatest swordsman from the nation of Kerr, though whether fairly or not was under constant debate. To a man like that, what were a few walls or a door? Jaren put down his glass and started pacing the room. He wished his wife were there, but he had sent her away, and not to their small estate. Deep in the southern district, he owned a modest jewelry shop, and he had instructed her to hide there for the next 2 days. Now he wondered if that would be safe. Sure, they had some guards, enough to deter any regular thieves and cut purses, but Thren? Damn it, said Jaren, striking the top of his dresser. He's a man, not a ghost. Walls and doors mean the same to him as any other man. Strong, angry words, but they did little to calm him. Therefore he walked over to his bed and pulled his rapier off its wall stand. Holding the cold hilt in his hand, he felt a little better. Perhaps he wasn't as good as Ser Morak, but he was a fine bladesman in his own right. At least he might die fighting instead of gagging on poisoned food. The hours crawled by, the night slowly deepening. Jaren read when he could calm himself enough to focus, his rapier across his legs as he turned the pages. Other times he looped the weapon through a few stances, trying to remember the last time he'd sparred. It had been a year or two, he decided, and that was a year or two too many. He'd have to find a partner, and a good one. Perhaps Antonil Copernicus, the guard captain, would suffice. A knock on his door sent Jaren spinning, his blade cutting air. When he realized the door was still closed and no specter had come for him, he felt incredibly foolish. He slid his rapier into his belt and put his hand on the handle. "Who is there?" he asked. The door blasted inward, wrenching his hand. The solid oak slammed his forehead. As he fell, he tried to draw his blade, but then his back smacked atop the small chest at the foot of his bed. The rapier clattered uselessly along the stone floor. He reached for it, only to have a heavy boot slam atop his fingers. "Get up," said a voice. Rough hands grabbed the back of his clothes, yanking him to his feet and then flinging him into his chair. Clutching his wounded hand to his chest, Jaren got his first good look at his attackers. One was a woman with raven hair tied back. The other was most certainly Thren Fellhorn. Jaren had never met the man before, but he'd both heard and read many descriptions. The woman drew one of many throwing daggers from her belt and twirled it in her fingers while Thren shut the door to the crowded room. When Jaren's eyes flitted over to the rapier, the woman threw her dagger, piercing the chair so close to his skin it cut the cloth of his robe. She shook her head at him but said nothing. Thren gently pushed the woman out of the way, and then stood before Jaren with his arms crossed. He frowned down at Jaren. Death was in his eyes. "Do you know who I am?" Thren asked. "I do," Jaren said, doing his best to sound brave. How many times had he belittled Thren to the other nobles, even the king? He took every word back. Gods damn it all, where were his guards? "Do you know why I'm here?" Thren asked. Again, Jaren nodded. "I believe I do," he said. "Kayla, could you hand me his rapier, please?" The woman retrieved the sword and handed it hilt first to Thren. "Thank you," Thren said as he quickly inspected the blade. "Solid craftsmanship, if a bit on the self-indulgent side. A man could live for a month on what this single ruby in the hilt would fetch him. I've known of you for some time, Krold. Your family line has been as decadent and pointless as the hilt of your rapier. always aspiring to be bootlickers and ass-kissers, never to be leaders. Thren drew one of his short swords and held it in front of Jaren's face. "You see this?" he asked. "Plain, but well made. Nothing beyond the necessary. You have forgotten you are a tool, Jaren Krold, and nothing more. To pretend to be something else can lead to, dangerous circumstances. Tell me, my dear adviser to the king, which would you rather be pierced by? My short sword, or your rapier?" Jaren glanced between the two blades. "My rapier," he said. "A good choice," said Thren before stabbing Jaren in the chest with it. He made sure to hit nothing vital, just the meat near the shoulder. Jaren choked down his pain as blood spilled across the violet of his robes. "People will always fear me over you," said Thren. "That is why I am more powerful than you, more powerful than the Trifect, more powerful than even the king. I will not have you interfering in my affairs. You play games, I deal in blood, and my son is not one of your pieces." "Son?" thought Jaren. "He's here because of his son, not his plan for the Kensgold." The blood drained from Jaren's face. Suddenly there were multiple reasons for Thren to kill him. He hoped the torture would not last long. "He looks like he's gonna pass out," Kayla said. Thren twisted the rapier, flaring pain in all directions throughout Jaren's body. "I should kill you," Thren said, "but I won't. You are too useful to me where you are. I want the Trifect humiliated. You are in a position to do that for me, Jaren. Your word is the king's word in all stately matters. Do you understand what I'm telling you?" Jaren nodded. "I understand," he said. "I hold no allegiance to the Trifect. I can do as you ask." Thren chuckled. "You can, but will you? Once I'm gone, how do I know you'll keep your word?" "Hostages work wonders," said Kayla, right on cue. They both paused so Jaren could understand the meaning of their words. The adviser looked back and forth between them, the whole while his heart sinking. "You have Martha," he said. "So, he can think after all," said Kayla. "I have not taken her yet," Thren said as he pulled the rapier out of Jaren's chest. He acted as if he were about to sheath it, then instead pushed its bloodied tip against Jaren's throat. "But I know where you hid her. I'll have eyes on her every day until the Kensgold ends. You try anything to sneak her out or bring extra guards, and I'll make you suffer. You do as I say, or I'll make sure every member of my guild has a turn with her. Doesn't matter how hard you try to hide her or protect her. In time, she will be ours. Have I made myself clear?" "Perfectly clear," Jaren said in a voice suddenly grown raspy and weak. "Your orders are simple," Kayla said as Thren backed off and tossed the rapier atop the bed. "The flood of mercenaries for the Kensgold shall be arriving any day now, if they haven't already. Among them will be massive caravans of wine, food, and dancers. Tax them all. Heavily. But the Trifect will be—" Jaren stopped, realizing how stupid his complaint was. Kayla caught it and laughed. "That's the point," she said. "Everyone they hire will demand more to compensate for the tax. Next, you will pass a law forbidding more than 50 mercenaries to be gathered together in any one area, event, or function." "Call it an attempt to secure peace," Thren chipped in. "Make it clear you'll find the mercenaries themselves," Kayla said. "Keep them worried about their pockets." "I will do what I can," Jaren insisted, "though it won't be easy." "Third," said Kayla, "and most importantly,
The Trifect has hundreds of merchants in their employ that have not paid their taxes. That money is instead going to the mercenaries, and for years you have turned a blind eye. That stops. I'll collect from them what I can, Gerend said. Thren shook his head. I don't want them taxed. I want them arrested. Arrested? What for? When Thren reached for the rapier again, Gerend paled. Very well. Tax evasion is a serious crime. Most will plead out and pay their fines within a day or two. Will that suffice? That'll do, said Kayla. When the Ken's gold ends, we'll leave her be. I'll even give my word to never again threaten harm to her, Thren said. But only if you cooperate. Is that clear? It was. Kayla slid open his door and looked out. When she saw no guards, she pulled her gray hood over her head and beckoned for Thren. Just before the guildmaster left, he knelt close and whispered into Gerend's ear. I won't kill you. I'll chain you to the wall in a cell, your wife's body in front of you. Once I cut off your eyelids, you'll watch her rot until she's nothing but bones. Pass the laws, and make sure you enforce them. Kayla dashed out the door, and Thren followed. Chapter 20. Once Gran calmed down, she finally offered to listen to what the young thief had to say. Of course, that was only after her attempt to beat him with a pan had failed and he'd knocked her into a chair. Please listen, he said once she quit shouting for help. Delicia stood at her side, stroking her hand and doing her best to reassure her. You stole into my house, killed a man, hid from the guards, and then expect me to sit still and listen? Gran asked. Even for a young pup, you're a fool. Gran, whined Delicia. Oh, all right. What is it, boy? His name is Haern, Delicia said. Fine, Haern. Gran spat the word out as if it were a curse. What do you have to say? Delicia is not safe in the city, Haern said. He leaned against the pantry door. Pieces of dry leaves stuck to his outfit from when he had brushed a hanging tomato plant in the dark. He held one of the 2 candles Delicia had lit. Gran held the other. No one's safe in this city anymore. Why is Delicia any different? Thren Fellhorn of the Spider Guild ordered her father dead, Haern said. He kept his eyes on Gran, as if ashamed to look at the girl, but too proud to stare at the floor. I was there when it happened. You mean you were to take part, Gran said. I'm not daft. Look at the colors you're wearing. Thief Guild colors. What were you, a spotter? Were you to watch for the guards, or just loot her poor father's corpse after everyone was gone? Haern slammed a fist against the pantry door. The motion knocked one of the leaves free from his sleeve, and Delicia watched it fall to the floor. It doesn't matter, Haern said. The man I killed was sent to finish the job. With him dead, Thren will send another, and another, until the job is finished. He doesn't leave things undone. Delicia needs to get out, as fast and as secretly as possible. I think he's right, Gran, said Delicia. Of course you do, Gran said dismissively. You're a young girl, ready to believe any story a boy tells you. What if he's wrong, and Thren had nothing to do with your father's death? You know damn well the Spider Guild is responsible, Haern said. You watch your tongue with me, boy, or I'll wash it out with lye, snapped Gran. To both their surprise, Haern shifted from foot to foot and lowered his head. Sorry, he said. Well, at least you have some manners, said Gran, though I'm worried that you're right. That horrible murder in the street was bad enough. Having a thief break in is just as bad. I may be old, but I've kept enough wits to know that wasn't a coincidence. Where can we go? Asked Delicia. She looked close to tears.
Given how horrible her day had been, Gran couldn't blame her. "There's no we in this, child," the old woman said. "As much as it pains me to say it, we have to put you where not even the sneakiest of thieves can get you. Your father was well respected by the priests of Ashur. I'm sure if I asked, they would accept you into their care. Once inside their white walls, you'll be dead to the world for as long as you're there." Delicia sniffed. "But what about Tarlac? Will I ever see him again?" Gran pulled her close and kissed her cheek. "I'm sure you will. Your brother's off safe with that wizard teacher of his. Now we need to make sure you stay safe, otherwise he might find me and turn me into a mud skipper for letting something happen to his dear little sister." "I don't want to leave you," she said. Gran gently shook her head. "I don't want to leave you either, but I've already lost my son. I couldn't bear to see Desrel lose you as well. I'm old, and you've got no mother to watch after you. The priests and priestesses will give you a good home, I promise." Delicia returned the kiss, then turned. There was no one there. Just a half-closed pantry door. Haern was gone. "An odd boy," Gran said. "I hope he keeps his mouth shut about where you're going." "I trust him," Delicia insisted. "Trust him? Ha!" Gran laughed until she coughed. "You probably love him, too. Dashing, mysterious boy in a mask. Every damsel wants one of them to come sneaking in through their bedchamber window." Delicia scrunched her face and poked Gran in the side. When Gran poked back, they both broke into laughs. "It's good to see you smile," Gran said. "I'll have that one last laugh to keep with me for the end of my days. Now go pack up your things. Not much now, just what you can carry. I dare not wait a minute longer before bringing you to the temple." Gran watched her hurry back into their bedroom. Gran's face became a sorrowful mask, her lip quivering and her eyes wet. When Delicia returned, her arms full of dresses, Gran smiled away her tears, hid them with a laugh, and then led her granddaughter out the door and away. Pelarac was furious. For 2 days he had waited for Zusa and her Faceless to return with Elisa, and for 2 days he had not heard a word. He hurried through his morning sermon. He never lost his place or misquoted a scripture, but his mind was elsewhere, and his faithful knew it. Anger crept into his words, and his call for penance and the destruction of chaos was particularly moving. Afterward he knelt before the great statue of Carrick, letting the purple light bathe him. "Something troubles you," said a man as he joined him on his knees. "The world is a troublesome place," said Pelarac. He opened his eyes, and then smiled when he realized who was with him. "Ethric, so good to see you." Pelarac stood and hugged the man. "Your arrival here is so well timed. Carrick himself must have had a hand in it." Ethric smiled. He was a tall man, and the only reason Pelarac could throw his arms around his shoulders was that Ethric had remained on his knees. He still wore his dark black plate mail. Having arrived so recently, he'd had no time to remove it. A two-handed blade hung from a sheath on his back. He was completely shaven. Across his bald head and face were a myriad of tattoos dyed in a dark purple ink. They looped and curled in an ill pattern. "Your priests make their way to curl less and less," said Ethric. His voice was rich and pleasant to the ear. "Carden hurried me off to see how things were going. The troubles between the Trifect and the guilds have lasted so long we've heard of it all the way across the rivers." "Come," Pelarac said. "Are you hungry? Join me in a meal." Deep in the recesses of the temple was a rectangular room bare of decorations. A long table stretched along the center with wooden stools for seats. A mere look from Pellerak sent the staff running, young priests still in training in their devotion to Carrick. "It is hard remembering you were such as these boys," Pellerak said. "I've seen so many grow up and take their armor or their robes. Many aspire to greatness, but so few reach it." "I wonder which I will be," said Ethric as he sat opposite him at the table. "A dark paladin every pup of Ashur learns to fear, if Carrick is kind," Pellerak said. Children surrounded them, carrying bowls, spoons, and a large pot of soup. Once they were served, both bowed their heads and prayed silently for near a minute. Ethric dug in afterward with a healthy appetite, while Pellerak only sipped occasionally. "I must confess, I come here with reasons beyond your warm words and food," Ethric said when his bowl was half finished. "Though Carrick knows I needed both. Haven't had a solid meal since the stronghold, and that feels like 1,000 miles away after so many months of travel. Did you encounter any trouble on the road? A foolish brat thought he could slay me to earn admittance to the citadel." Ethric chuckled. "I'd hardly call that trouble, though. More of a nuisance. I was almost to Kinamn, where the pathway winds through all those rocky hills. Imbecile was hiding among the rocks, shooting arrows whenever he thought I wasn't looking. I'm sure he planned a more heroic tale for when he brought my head to the citadel doors. At least he had more fight in him than Ashur's paladins have had as of late," Pellerak said, dropping his spoon. "Though I fear we have too much of that fight in our own ranks here in Veldaren." "Which is why I am here," insisted Ethric. "You told Carden you were troubled. Tell me what it is, so I may scorch it with fire and cut it with blade." "Do you know of the Faceless?" asked Pellerak. Ethric furrowed his brow as he thought. "No," he said. "I've not heard of them." "Come," Pellerak said as he stood. "Let me show you." He led him into the deep recesses of the temple, down a flight of stairs, and into a large but cramped storage room. Crates were piled this way and that, huddled against the walls or the many pillars that supported the ceiling. Pellerak lifted his hand. Purple fire surrounded his fingers, giving them light. "About 200 years ago, the priests of Ashur succeeded in a massive conversion of our brethren. It was then that our presence in Veldaren weakened, and our kind were banished from the city. We fought them bitterly, as you can imagine, and with heavy hearts. A score of priests repented, sneaking away from Ashur's temple and throwing themselves at our temple doors in Kinamn." The whole time he talked, Pellerak led them through the maze of old armor, racks of swords, crates of cloth, and jars upon jars of food. He stopped, scratched his chin as he thought, then turned toward a stack of paintings propped against each other. Each of them was rectangular, the length of a man lying on his side. "We tested their faith," Pellerak said as he looked through the paintings. Even though his hand swirled with purple fire, it did not burn the material. "Those that lived were admitted into the priesthood, but not entirely. The high priest at the time was a brilliant man named Theron Gemcroft." "I know of him," Ethric said, watching the elaborately framed paintings flip forward one after another. He saw mostly portraits of former high priests, though among them were scenes of warfare, battles between angels of Carrick and Ashur, and even serene depictions of nature. "Forfeited his fortune to devote his life to Carrick? Carden was particularly fond of his sayings, and used them often in his sermons." "How is that old goat?" Pellerak asked. "Hard as nails and brutal as a mailed fist," Ethric said with a small smile. "What are we looking for, my priest?" "This," Pellerak said as he lifted up one of the paintings. Ethric grabbed a corner to help. Together they held the picture and stared. It showed 7 men and women, their bodies wrapped in black cloth. Only their eyes were visible through cuts in the wrapping. They held daggers, staves, and swords in hands hidden by waves of shadow that rolled off their bodies like smoke from a fire. At their feet lay over 20 dead paladins of Asher. "Well painted, if a bit overdramatic," Ethric said. "They are the faceless," Pelarac said, his eyes going distant. "Theron knew that to welcome the traitors back without penalty could weaken us. He also knew that their devotion could be of great use, but only if the traitor priests were forever reminded of their failure. So he wrapped them in cloth and ordered them to never reveal their skin until the end of their days. They slept separate from the rest, dined away from the rest, and eventually attended their own sermons." "This is fascinating, Pelarac, but I'd swear you hit a point. I'd love to be patient, but it is too damn cold down here, and the warmth of your soup is wearing thin." Pelarac laughed, but his voice lacked any mirth. "My point is that we do not actively recruit faceless. They are a punishment, not an honor. We have only 3 now. Women who led their sex controlled their actions. Their faith in Carrick, however, remains strong. So we put them separate from us, let them live and operate outside the temple. For years they remained obedient, performing tasks to further the cause of Carrick. But now, they've done something," Ethric said, figuring where the story was going. He looked at the 7 in the painting, their bodies bathed in blood and darkness. "They've gone feral, haven't they?" "Putting our entire temple in danger," Pelarac said as he clutched the painting with his burning hand. "This spat between the Trifect and the thieves benefits no one, certainly not us. We gain nothing siding with either, and only risk revealing ourselves to the public at large. This cannot happen. Yet they have acted out on their own, struck against a lord of the Trifect, all while telling me lies and half-truths. Now one comes to me, seeking to increase their number, as if it were a privilege to be a faceless. Too many times I have given them orders, only to watch them be disregarded entirely." "You want them killed," Ethric said. It was not a question. "I do," Pelarac said. The fire on his hand changed from purple to red. The painting began to burn. "I want their bodies sacrificed before the statue of Carrick. Their very order is one of shame and disobedience, and now they have gone too far to be useful any longer. What good is a servant that will not obey? These 3 faceless sisters have a captive by the name of Alisa Gemcroft. She was supposed to be brought here, to be placed under our watch, but instead, Zusa and her sisters have kept her hidden. Find the faceless women and kill them. Alisa must remain alive. All our plans mean nothing otherwise." Ethric watched as the fire spread across the painting, not at all bothered by the smoke that washed over his face. When the flame reached his bare hand, he flexed his arm. Black fire swarmed over his fingers. The frame broke, crumbling into ash in his fingers. In one giant whoosh, the painting and its frame were consumed. As the ash rained down to the floor, Ethric drew his sword and made his vow. "Until my death, I will hunt them," he whispered. "No child of Carrick is greater than his master." Chapter 21. Privacy was something Alisa found she could rarely obtain, but despite all their food and supplies, Yoren still liked to hunt. It was then she could be alone, and she cherished those opportunities. That morning, like most others, He went off with his bow to prove his abilities and come back with yet another animal he could boast of slaying. That morning, Elisa fled to the far edge of the camp, racing around the bottom of a nearby hill so that she could not be seen even by their guards. A small stream flowed near the bottom, barely more than ankle deep as it ran toward the nearby Canal River. Into its water, Elisa stared, glad she could not see her reflection due to the mud. No doubt she would have seen the circles around her eyes, angry red veins filling the whites. "Do you miss me?" she whispered, thinking of Maynard in his giant empty mansion. "Do you miss me, Daddy?" Yoren had convinced her that he didn't, that she'd been sent to John Gandrum's to be out of the way, to wait like a good girl while the men did their business. And she'd believed it. She splashed the water with her hands, disrupting whatever reflection she could see. The cold clung to her fingers, and she held them against her dress to dry them off. That hand brushed the dagger she still kept with her, and for the first time she thought to use it not on Yoren, but on herself instead. "It's not safe to hide beyond sight of Theo's guards," a voice said behind her. Elisa flinched, fingers tightening around her dagger, and then she relaxed. "Why is that, Azusa?" she asked. She'd finally learned to identify all the faceless women by their voices. It was either that, or constantly look like a fool asking the name of whomever she was speaking to. Elisa glanced back and saw the woman standing with her arms crossed, covered face staring at her. At least, Elisa thought she was staring at her. The daylight reflected off the thin white cloth, making it impossible to peer through it. How Zusa could see it all baffled her. "Something might happen to you," Zusa said. She hesitated a moment, then took a seat beside Elisa before the stream. "Something unfortunate." "I'd see any bandits coming for miles," Elisa said, gesturing to the grasslands beyond. "You act as if I speak of threats beyond the Carl's own camp. It is Yoren who might do something unfortunate should he fear you attempting to flee." Elisa swallowed, and she stared into the water in hopes of keeping the strange woman from reading her reaction. Why would he think I'd be fleeing? He is my love, after all. At this, Zusa let out a laugh. It was so rough, so sudden, that Elisa jumped. Yes, of course, your true love. That is why you flinch just before he touches you at night. That is why you smile when he looks at you, yet never before and never after his eyes leave your face. Yoren may be a fool, Elisa, but do not treat me as such, nor my sisters. Elisa felt her neck turning red. Was she really so terrible at hiding how she felt? Or was the other woman just that good at reading people? Seeing that masked face, that aura of danger that settled around Zusa as comfortably as the gray cloak she wore, Elisa dared hope it was the latter. She tried to decide how to continue their conversation, if at all. Yoren and Theo were the faceless women's employers, yet she seemed to speak only with contempt of Yoren. "Forgive me, then," Elisa said. "Sometimes we must share a bed for reasons other than love." "Such as?" "Power, safety, respect. If you think Yoren gives you any of that, then you are as big a fool as he. Come back to the camp, Elisa. I'd hate to see you punished needlessly." Zusa reached out, grabbing her arm. Elisa refused, instead pulling away and glaring. "I am no fool either," she said. "What else am I to do? My father will have banished me, blaming me for the attempt on his life you damn women made. I was once heiress to one of the most powerful families in all of Desrel. Yet what am I now? Nothing but a warm place for the cock of a fat, disgusting tax collector's son. I know he would use me, but one day he'll learn just how wrong he was to ever dare to do so." Zusa stood there, arms still holding her. Elisa met her unseen stare, not caring anymore, not willing to keep up the act. She was alone, damn it. This was supposed to be her tiny sliver of solitude. Slowly, the wrapped fingers released her. Elisa, Zusa started to say, then paused. What if I were not in the Cull's employ? Elisa swallowed, remained silent. What if, Zusa continued, sitting down cross-legged before her, what if the only reason we serve is to bring land into Carrick's possession? Land currently owned by the Gemcroft family. Land promised to you after my father was dead, Elisa said, easily piecing it together. Land promised to you after I was wed to Yoren. Land you could promise to us as well. Elisa shook her head. I can make no promises, Zusa. You have to know that. Even if I could somehow convince my father to take me back and accept me, I cannot guarantee he would give up any land to Carrick's temple. You tried to kill him, and Maynard is not so forgiving. What if your father were no longer alive? Elisa dug her fingers into the dirt beside her. No, she said. No. Then you are no better than Yoren and his shit-eating snake of a father. Go back to camp if that is all you can offer me. I want to be alone. Zusa stood, her cloak rustling as it folded around her, hiding her slender form. I know you keep a dagger in your dress, she said just before leaving. You will have only one chance to use it. Just one. But know there are two types of mercenaries. There are those who work only for coin, and those who think for themselves. And which are you? We are the best of the best, Elisa. She waited until Zusa crested the hill, then ran. Her feet were bare, and they sloshed through the mud of the stream easily enough. She held her skirt up high as she could, but still the muddy waters splashed across it. No turning back, she thought, as she rushed along the other side. Everyone wanted her father dead, wanted her to pledge power she didn't deserve to people who had not earned it. Enough was enough. She would rather risk the wild, rather go to her father and throw herself at his feet and beg for mercy, muddy dress and all. Elisa looked back once, saw Zusa watching her from atop the hill, and swore. Whatever distance she'd made suddenly seemed irrelevant. Her legs pumped as she flew across the grasslands, but she'd already tried fleeing them once. The faceless were bizarre creatures, impossibly fast. Her only hope would be to lose her, but how? All around were grass and gently sloped hills. There were no trees, no buildings, no real way to hide. Her teeth clenched. She choked down her scream. Why did she have to remain? Why did the woman have to lurk and watch and ruin whatever hope she had of escape? Barely visible in the distance, she saw the Canal River, and she wondered if she might be able to use its current to float away. Its waters would be ice, though, and she wondered if she could endure it for any length of time. Her feet, caked with mud, already were turning numb. Her breath burned in her lungs as she ran and ran, but it did not matter. Hands touched her shoulders, a foot slipped beneath hers, and then she tumbled. She rolled along the grass, which was wet and loose from proximity to the river. Zusa followed, collapsing atop her as she sank into the cold ground. "Why?" she nearly screamed at Zusa. "Why couldn't you just let me go?" Zusa grabbed her shoulders and twisted, forcing Elisa to look at her as she pinned her to the ground. As Elisa watched, she tore off the thin white cloth to reveal her piercing green eyes. "Because I would have you face this," Zusa said. "You will not run. Running gets you a knife in the back. But a lord's daughter stands tall, dagger in hand." "And dies stabbed in the chest," Elisa said, feeling tears slide down the sides of her face. "Never. No matter what happens, no matter whose bed you sleep in or what your family name becomes, I will not allow it." Elisa felt a lump in her throat, and she tried to swallow it down. "Why?" she asked. "Why would you do that for me?" Zusa stood, then offered her a hand. "Men have twisted you,
treated you as a piece in a game or a toy for a bed. I understand this far more than you can understand, Elisa. But it will not repeat itself, not this time. Not when I have the strength to prevent it. It took all her strength, but Elisa reached out and accepted that hand. Pulled back to her feet, she looked about, feeling lost and dazed. What did this mean? What did it change? "Come," Zusa said, still holding her hand. "Back to the camp, before they notice your absence." Elisa remained silent, daring in her heart to trust the strange woman. Upon their reaching the camp, one of the guards noticed the mud on her dress but said nothing. He might normally have asked questions, but Zusa's presence stilled his tongue. Toward Yoren's tent they went, Zusa with no apparent desire to leave Elisa. Elisa hoped to change clothes before Yoren returned, but instead they found him already there, sitting before a bonfire in the center of the camp. Before him was a large rabbit, its fur already peeled back. "My dear," Yoren said, looking up and noticing the mud and the tearing of her clothes. Elisa thought for an answer, but was not given time. "She slipped near the stream," Zusa said, "but do not worry, she is strong as ever." Eyes still uncovered, she looked Elisa's way. "Isn't she?" "Yes," Elisa said, praying it was true, yet not willing to believe it. Her fingers touched the dagger in her dress as Yoren resumed skinning the rabbit. Not yet. Chapter 22. Thren hadn't felt this good in ages. So far, 2 riots had broken out in southern Veldaren. The king's advisor had done his work well. With soldiers arresting dozens of prominent merchants, goods had been left unprotected as taxes were collected. Those who were released found their stalls and warehouses ransacked. Thren had personally burned down several. The price of the remaining goods and, most important, food, doubled and then tripled. Mercenaries flooding into the city in anticipation of the Kensgold found their employers unable to pay them. Some went away, while others— Thren laughed. Others had eagerly joined his own guild to ensure their work with a blade received adequate pay. Those who hadn't taken up with the guild, well, they died easily enough. Given the hunger, the frustration, the gouging of customers, the poor southern section of Veldaren was all too eager to let its anger loose. It wouldn't be long before the hungry and destitute made their way north into the rest of the city. If Thren's spies outside the walls were correct, Laurie Keenan and his family would be making their grand return to the city sometime that afternoon. Hunger riots, jobless sellswords, and overeager castle soldiers demanding taxes were one fantastic greeting. Laurie would get the message immediately. Thren controlled the city, not he. If everything went according to plan, the slaughter during the Kensgold would send an even stronger message. "Sir!" shouted Kayla, hurrying after him. He was on his way to his son's room, wanting the boy to accompany him on a routine collection of protection money from the merchants still active amid the riots. Given the circumstances, he was certain they'd be eager for all the protection they could get. "I am no sir," Thren said as he turned. "I am no knight, and no noble." "Sorry," Kayla said as she slowed to a walk. "I'm not sure what to say that will be seen as respectful." Thren gave her a look of honest confusion. "What could be more respectful than my own name?" he asked. "Right," Kayla said. "Anyway, we still have no word from Will." "He's been gone far too long," Thren said as he resumed his walk down the hall. "Taking Jaren's wife shouldn't have been difficult, not for someone as skilled as him. I doubt any mercenaries could capture him, not alive anyway. If Will is in hiding, he has a reason, and I'm sure he'll—" He opened the door to his son's room and took a step inside. Haern was on his knees, his hands clasped together underneath his chin. His elbows rested on the side of his bed.
His eyes were closed, though they snapped open at Thren's sudden entrance. Thren's jaw dropped. Hanging from a silver chain looped around Aaron's fingers was a golden pendant of Ashur. Before anyone could react, Thren slammed the door shut, spun, and struck Kayla with his fist. As she slumped to the ground, he shouted for his men. The mansion was large, but even so, gray cloaks rushed toward him in seconds. "Where's Senke?" he shouted as the men stared with a mixture of confusion and curiosity at Kayla slumped on the floor, holding her cheek with a stony expression upon her face. "Here," Senke said, pushing his way to the front of the men. "Find Cregan," Thren said. "I'll need his spells. And you two," he said, pointing, "find Robert Haern and bring him to my room. Kayla, too. I want them bound tight." Thren reopened the door to Aaron's room. Aaron sat on the bed. The amulet lay beside him, as if he knew hiding it would be a pointless gesture. Thren stepped inside, grabbed the amulet, and then beckoned to his son to follow. Aaron walked down the halls a step behind his father, feeling his heart race. His stomach roiled as he tried to think of what punishment awaited him. Robert had given him the pendant. Kayla had encouraged him to rebel. There was also the matter of Delicia and Dustin. While he had run off to protect Delicia, Thren had sent for him. So far, he had not demanded an explanation for his absence. Now it looked like the matter would soon explode in his face. "Keep your mouth shut until I ask you a question," Thren said as they walked. If there was anything Aaron was good at, it was keeping silent. He nodded. They took a long, looping path toward Thren's room. Aaron realized his father was buying time, most likely wanting whatever he had ordered prepared ready by the time they entered. The thought was hardly comforting. He felt like throwing up. He'd made a mistake, a stupid one at that. Only twice before had he prayed to Ashur, and both times he'd felt a combination of silliness and embarrassment. Afterward, he'd remembered the way Delicia had prayed when he stood unseen before her. Whatever he was doing was not the same. He felt it in his gut. So he'd tried again, this time because he'd heard no word either way on whether or not she'd lived. And now he might have endangered her life. If Thren tortured him, he'd talk. He held no delusions about that. Once Thren knew where she was, she would die. Gods damn it all. How could he have messed up so badly? "Remember, I do this for your own good," Thren said when they finally arrived at his room. Two men stood guard before it, bowing respectfully as they passed through. Inside the room, Senke had cleared away the chairs of the table. Robert Haern knelt at one end. Kayla knelt on the other, a large bruise spreading across her cheek. Senke stood between them, his hands on the hilts of his swords. A heavy-set man leaned against the bedpost of the extravagant bed, his arms crossed. He was sweating, often wiping his face with his hands. Aaron had seen him rarely, but the fat man was hard to forget. He was Cregan, a mage who had long been in the employ of his father. "Stand here," Thren ordered, pointing beside Senke. When the guildmaster walked over to Cregan and began talking, Senke whispered down to Aaron. "What the fuck did you do?" he asked. "I prayed," Aaron whispered back. "Shit," Senke said, then clammed up. Thren was returning with the mage. "Stay still," Cregan said, his voice thin and reedy. "All of you. If my concentration breaks, I won't be able to try again until tomorrow." Aaron entertained shouting out a bizarre stream of cuss words to disrupt the mage, but decided otherwise. Instead, he watched Cregan cast his spell. The man was a poor mage in both money and abilities, hence his easy recruitment into the Spider Guild many years ago. He spent most of his days sequestered apart from the rest of the men, reading books and pretending to advance his skills while, in reality, doing his best to drink the days away. Arcane words of power passed through Cregan's lips. sounding clunky and odd. Haern had little experience with spellcasters, but he thought their casting should sound more fluent and natural than what he heard. Cregan abruptly stopped and wiped his sweating brow. Haern felt a slight tingle shoot up his back, as if someone were rubbing him with flower petals.
"There! The spell is in place,"
said Cregan. "Excellent," Thren said. "Leave us to our business." The mage looked happy to oblige. Once he left, it was just the five of them. Thren paced before them all, the icy fury of his face gradually growing. "Kayla, Robert, I brought you both here because of certain actions by my son. I know the rest of my men well, but you two are new to my home. Too long I have turned a blind eye. No longer. Senkei? Draw your sword." Senkei did as he was told. "There is a spell over all of you," Thren continued. "When you talk, the spell will silence any lies. I will hear only truth on these matters." "Even me?" asked Senkei, a wry grin on his face. "Test for yourself," said Thren. Senkei shrugged. He said something. Haern read a few of the words on his lips, virgin being one of them, but heard not a sound. "I'll take that as a yes," Senkei said. Thren paced before his two prisoners as everyone watched him. "Who gave Haern the amulet?" he asked. For a moment no one spoke. Then Robert glanced upward. "I did," he said. "I thought as much. You are a teacher, and as with many teachers, you took your desire to impart knowledge too far." Thren tossed the amulet he held aside. "If it had been just this, I would have only given you a warning. But instead there is the matter of Delius and his daughter." At this, Haern's heart sank. So the truth would come out. None of them could tell a lie. He'd risked everything, and for nothing. His own life might be forfeit for killing a fellow guild member. Thren glared at him, and Haern averted his eyes. "You should have killed her when Kayla killed Delius, but instead she somehow escaped. I now see hesitance where I once saw inexperience. I see mercy where I once saw misjudgment. One of you planted these horrible ideas in my son's head. I want to know who." Neither Kayla nor Robert said a word. "Keep silent, then," Thren said as he paced. "It is better than lies. I sent Dustin after Delicia, yet he and the girl vanished like ghosts in the barrows. Few knew where Dustin was going. You were one of them, Kayla. So what happened? Did my son come sniveling, crying to you for help?" All three of the accused remained silent. "Answer me!" shouted Thren. "Whoever killed Dustin dies tonight. Now, I will hear a name from one of your lips." Haern's eyes flicked between the two of them. He could spare them. If he admitted to requesting information about Dustin, demanding it, really, perhaps he'd spare Kayla's life. The same went for his teacher. It was Haern who'd come to them. Surely his father would understand that. He opened his mouth to speak, but Kayla spoke first. "I know who must have killed him," she said. The fact that Haern heard her meant she spoke the truth. He felt his heart drop into his gut. Kayla glanced over to Robert, and Haern swore he saw a tiny nod of approval. "Who?" asked Thren. "It was Haern." Silence filled the room. Haern looked to his teacher, a cry of denial on his lips, but Robert's stern glare kept him quiet. He realized then what was going on. The old man would die to protect the young. Hot rage pulsed through his veins. Thren turned to Robert, his eyes cold steel. "Did you somehow arrange for Dustin's death?" he asked. Robert remained silent. "Did you teach my son about Asha?" he asked. Robert remained silent. "Did you make his heart weak with words of compassion and mercy?" he asked. Silence. "Haern," Thren said, pushing Senkei aside and taking his short sword. He held the hilt toward his son. With a shaking hand, Haern accepted the offered blade. He felt strong hands take his shoulders and guide him before his teacher. Robert knelt, his arms tied behind his back. Tears were in his eyes. "I don't want to," Haern said. All there heard. "I will suffer none to betray me," Thren said. "Kill him. Let his blood cover your hands so you know the price of weakness. Dabble in betrayal. Dabble in death. Now do as you're told." He looked once more to his teacher. Impossible as it seemed, the old man was smiling. "I forgive you," Robert said. "Now do it." No lie. Haern couldn't believe it. Forgiveness before the sin was even committed, unasked, undeserved. As he held the short sword, he felt Haern dying. To kill his teacher for a truthful lie spoken by Kayla, all to save his own life. He swung the blade. Warm blood splashed across his arms. Robert gagged twice, his windpipe cut, then slumped over and died. "Well done, Haern," Thren said. "Haern," the boy whispered back. Thren did not understand the importance of hearing that single word spoken aloud, but Kayla did. "I'll clean up the body," Senkei offered. "No," said Thren as he took the sword from Haern's hand. "My son made the mess. Let him clean it up." Senkei untied Kayla's hands and helped her to her feet. She rubbed her raw wrists while watching the guildmaster from the corner of her eye. Thren reached out and touched her face with his fingers. "Forgive me for the blow," he said to her. "I struck in anger and false assumption." Robert's time alone with him was clearly ill spent. Kayla was wise enough to keep her mouth shut. "Come," Thren said, walking beside Kayla as if nothing were the matter. "I want to make sure Laurie's entrance to Veldaren is as memorable as possible." They left Senkei alone with Haern, who remained standing before the body. He felt dumbstruck and was on the verge of tears. "I have nothing to clean up the blood with," he said, his voice oddly distant. Senkei tried to laugh, but it came out more as a choked cough. "There's a closet in the corner with a bunch of spare sheets. You can use one of them." Haern obeyed, moving in a stiff, methodical manner. Senkei watched him, all the while rubbing his fingers across the front of his chest. "I've had sex with a horse," he said as Haern walked back. Haern paused, but Senkei laughed again, his face flushing a pale shade of red. "Just testing the spell," Senkei said. "Clearly it's worn off." "Clearly." Haern knelt and began mopping up the blood. He kept his eyes straight down, afraid of seeing the body. The sight of it seemed so wrong. "Listen," Senkei said as he knelt down. "That was a special man, and an old one, too. He was ready to go, and I don't think he was too upset with you about it, all right? I know how much pressure Thren's putting on you. He wants you to replace him one day, and to be a name the whole world fears." "I don't want the world to fear me," Haern whispered. "I want them to love Haern." "Haern?" asked Senkei. "I'm not sure Haern glanced up at him, his stare hard and full of killing. Senkei's mouth dropped open. "It's strange an old man could kill someone like Dastan," he said carefully. "It'd have to be someone younger. Someone who could slip out without being noticed." Haern swallowed, returned to wiping away the mess. I could get killed for this, Senkei said as he stood. He glanced around, as if looking for spies listening in on their conversation. Fuck me like a current whore. You're Haern. You took a new name. At Aaron's icy look, Senkei broke out into nervous laughter. Up, down, and sideways, as our dear Kayla likes to say. I know grown men who would have crumbled and confessed sooner than you did, boy. How old are you again? Aaron ignored the question, focusing instead on mopping up the rest of the blood. Senkei saw the sheet he held was completely soaked, so he retrieved another. He tossed it over Robert's body, shaking his head as his grin faded. We've all got secrets, Aaron, Senkei said as he rubbed his chest again. Some we tell, and some we keep hidden. Yours must stay hidden. Do you understand that? If anyone finds out what you did, they'll go to Thren in a heartbeat. I don't want to imagine your father's fury. He'll kill everyone who knew about it, including me and Kayla. I don't know about you, but I'm quite happy with living and would like to continue doing so for the next couple of decades. I don't see a way out, Aaron said as Senkei tucked the sheets around the body. And what was the point? I prayed, and people died. Hardly mercy. Asher's not even real. He's just a fucking dream. Senkei tisked at him. Such language, he said as he knelt down. He looked to the door as if expecting it to bang open at any moment. Just in case, he put his back to it and acted as if he were busy wrapping the body. While Aaron watched, he pulled out a small medallion of the Golden Mountain from underneath his leather armor. I'm not the most faithful, Senkei said as Aaron's eyes widened in shock. I treat it more like a good luck charm than anything else. Doing what we do makes prayer hard sometimes, you know? But whatever you want to say, or want to learn, I'll do my best. I might be signing my death warrant, but if you need help with girls, love, or fate, you can rely on me. You're a good kid, Aaron. I'm not proud of all I do, but it's better than what I did before joining the Spider Guild. Aaron stopped scrubbing, seeing that whatever blood was in the carpet wasn't going anywhere through his meager efforts. He tossed the wet crimson sheet on top of Robert's body, glad that his head was covered. He didn't want to see those sad eyes staring up at him. Everyone needs friends, Senkei said. Even people like you and me. Thren seems determined as the abyss to keep you from having any. Don't tell anyone, but I've been making plans to get out for a while now. Until then, you can trust me and talk to me about anything. Understand? Aaron nodded. What do we do about the body? He asked. Leave it here, Senkei said. We've done enough. I'll get a few of our lower ranks to smuggle it out one of the tunnels. I think it's time you and me got something stiff to drink. Aaron smiled. Senkei, thank you. You don't know how much this means to me. Senkei winked. Keep it to yourself, Haern. Chapter 23. For over a mile stretched the wagon train. Some wagons were covered with dried hides and white tarps, while others were open and piled high with pumpkins, squash, and winter corn. In one wagon was a whole troop of dancers, singing and laughing at the sight of Veldaren's walls. Another two were full of hard men, their faces and hands scarred from the sellsword life. All around the wagons walked servants, cooks, high-born maidens, and low-born camp followers. At the far end trailed a small herd of cattle and sheep, ready for butchering. When the Kensgold started, they would have fresh blood and meat for their festival. Ahead of it all rode Laurie Keenan. "We're bringing twice what we brought last year," said Torgar, riding next to him. "I hope you know what you're doing."
I know more than most, Laurie said, his voice oddly soft and gentle. Like how I know you should watch your tongue, Torgar, lest I cut it out and feed it to the ravens. The sellsword captain laughed at his employer. Laurie was a smart man, but he was often full of idle threats and ambiguous comments. His eyes were dark, his complexion more so. Riding next to the sellsword, he seemed skinny and weak. He wore his hair long and braided in the popular fashion of Angelport, where the caravan had originated, following the highway out from the Remir and north through the King's Strip. I don't understand why we bother to return, Torgar said, ignoring the warning to watch his tongue. This must cost you a fortune every time we make this trip. Why not make Leon and Maynard come to you? It's far safer in Angelport than Veldaren anyway. Because if all three of us left Veldaren, there might not be a city to return to, Laurie said. His face was clean-shaven except for a thin strip of hair growing from the center of his chin that hung halfway down his neck. Laurie twirled it with his fingers as his caravan wound around a small hill on its way to the city's western entrance. The southern gate was closer, and would have saved them a good 20 minutes of traveling, but the king had forbidden merchants from entering there. That, and being among the poor, was not one of Laurie's favorite pastimes. The south was just crawling with the empty-pocketed Cretans. A shame you can't just hire that Thren guy to work for you, Torgar said after glancing back at the caravan to make sure nothing looked amiss. Imagine what a man like that might have done as your right-hand man. Trust me, I've tried, said Laurie, sounding tired of the topic. He's a hard man to get a hold of. Most of my messengers wind up dead, at least the ones offering him the position. I think he views it as an insult. Torgar laughed heartily. Only a fool would turn down working for you, my lord. Food's good, the women are fine and clean, and there's always a steady stream of idiots to kill with a sword. Speaking of idiots with swords, Laurie said, pointing to the western entrance. The gates were open wide, but there was a lengthy line of peasants, merchants, and mercenaries winding out from it. A thick grouping of guards was the cause. Did they check our things last time we came? Asked Torgar. That was only 2 years ago. Have you taken so many blows to the head that you can't remember even that far? Torgar kept his head shaved, and he rapped it with his knuckles and made a hollow knocking noise with his tongue. My ma scooped my brains out when I was 4, left just enough to swing a sword, ride a horse, and bed a woman. Laurie chuckled. I think the third one occupies the most of your meager intelligence, he said. Come, let us find out what the fuss is about before we have 1,000 people trampling each other to get through. Torgar led, and Laurie followed. They rode around the outer edge of the line, ignoring the few angry calls from low-born merchants and farmers. When they reached the gate, the crowd swelled in a semicircle, making their progress difficult. Look for a spare guard, Torgar said. I'll see if I can pull 'em aside. They're bound to shit their drawers when they see our caravans coming. Torgar looked, but saw none. Sighing, he dismounted and started pushing his way through. When a man cursed him and moved to strike, Torgar grabbed the hilt of his long sword and drew it enough to reveal naked steel. I draw. It ain't going back in without blood on it, Torgar growled. The man, a haggard farmer with a cartload of pumpkins drawn by a donkey, paled and mumbled an apology. One of the guards, hearing the threat, pushed aside an angry woman and called out to them. Draw no blades, or you can sleep outside the walls tonight, the guard shouted. Torgar stood to his full height so that the guard's eyes only came up to his neck. Hope you brought friends, Torgar said, but his grin was playful. Enough, Torgar, said Laurie, following in his wake. He glanced about nervously, disliking being at such close quarters with the unwashed rabble. Are you in charge of the gates here?
Just helping, the guard said. Listen, if you're in a hurry, you'll still have to wait, just like everyone else. I'm not like anyone else, nor will I wait like anyone else, Laurie said. He turned and pointed at the massive caravan of horses, wagons, and carts in the distance, billowing dust to the sky. Those are mine. Damn. Never can catch a break, the guard said. Which ones are yours? All of them. The guard paled, and he seemed to look at Laurie with newly opened eyes. For a moment he chewed his lip, and then the connection hit him. Lord Keenan? He asked. Oh, shit on me, I'm sorry, my lord. I've a half-dozen merchants all pretended to own Desrel, and I figured you just another— That's fine, Laurie said, interrupting him. What is your name, soldier? Jess Brown, my lord. Well, Jess, before I bring my convoy through the gate, I'd like to know what is going on. I take it there is some sort of tax or toll. There is, Jess said, glancing once at Torgar. Though you might not like it. King Vaylor, Asher bless his name, passed the laws not 2 days ago. There's some fines involving mercenaries, which you'll learn about soon enough. The short of it is taxes, though, on all goods and services travelling into the city. On all goods? Asked Laurie. He grabbed his long green cloak and wrapped it tighter around his shoulders, as if a bit of his heat had escaped him. What nonsense! Tell me the taxes. Jess did. As he ran through a memorized list, Laurie's face turned darker and darker. Torgar could see him mentally counting with a mention of each item of food and clothing, each servant and animal. By the time Jess was done, Laurie's neck had turned a deep crimson. Even Torgar could tell that such taxes would amount to a small fortune. All this just to enter? Laurie asked, his quiet voice poorly hiding his anger. Forgive me, my lord, said Jess. Jaron Crold has been most insistent about enforcement. He's ordered any man caught turning a blind eye or accepting a bribe to be strung up from the wall by his thumbs and left to the ravens. I can't blame you for your orders, nor for enforcing them with such threats hanging over your head, Laurie said. He took out a single silver coin and handed it to Torgar, who then passed it on to the soldier. Thank you, my lord. You are most generous. And thank you for your time, Laurie said. With a quick nod to Torgar, the two pushed their way out of the crowd and back to their horses. The thieves must have gotten to the king, Laurie said as he mounted his horse. Either that or his adviser, Crold. More likely the adviser, Torgar said. He's been around a while, if my meagre memory serves me well. How many kings has he seen die? Probably views himself as one. Might not be the thieves involved either, just greedy hearts knowing you was coming. As they rode back toward their caravan, Torgar raised an eyebrow at his master. So? How much did it all come to, anyway? 20 times the normal fare, Laurie said with a sigh. I know you're not the best with big numbers, so let me keep it simple. I'd be paying an entire month's worth of income just to walk through their bloody gate. Huh, Torgar said, guiding his horse around a giant rut in the road. Almost makes you think twice about entering, eh? Laurie stopped his horse. Torgar slowed his own and then looped around, his hand on his sword. Something amiss? He asked. Nothing, Laurie said. But what you said, it might make a bit of sense. Look there at the 2 hills we just rode beside. Couldn't we set up camp on their peaks? Torgar scratched the stubble on his jaw, thinking. Could put yours and Madeline's things on the big hill, surround the lower parts with the wagons so it'll be easier to guard. Wouldn't be too tough to put our men in the gaps. That smaller hill could be for your servants and soldiers, ring the lower parts with tents, and then build fires at the top.
Could you guard it as well as you could our estate?
Laurie asked. As well? Torgar asked. Course not. Your mansion's got spiked fences and more traps than even I know about. Out here, we'll have men and wagons. Wagons can be climbed, burned, and cut through. Men can be bought, confused, and killed. But if you're asking if you think anything could happen out here, I say no. With as many men as we'll have ringing the camp, you'll be safer than the king.
Come then, Laurie said. Let us tell my wife and son.
With its master gone to the gates, the rest of the caravan slowed its approach, which Madeline Keenan was greatly thankful for. She sat in the back of the largest of the covered wagons, which was pulled by 6 gray oxen. Far too quickly, though, her husband returned, his vulgar sellsword captain at his side. The two followed after her wagon so they might talk.
How did things fare at the gate?
Madeline Keenan asked from her cushioned seat. She wore what she considered an outfit designed for travel, a tightly fitting dress with a plunging neckline. The outfit exposed her slender legs, which she had stretched out from underneath the tarp in hopes of getting what little sun she could before winter arrived in full, along with its dim light and numerous clouds. She tied her brown hair into a ponytail so long that it wrapped twice about her waist before clipping into her silver-leaved belt.
The king, may Carrick curse his name, imposed an outrageously high tax on all goods entering the city,
Laurie said as he accepted her outstretched hand and kissed her fingers.
So it appears we must camp outside the walls.
Must we? Asked Madeline. You'll deny us a roof over our heads all for a silly tax? Bribe the guards and get us through. I've heard quite enough of the serving girls bitching about the bumpy trip. I don't want to imagine how they'll whine about this. Guards won't take bribes, Torgar said. King's riding 'em hard on this one. And if it is a roof you want, m'lady, we have more than enough tents for that. We'll erect you a fine pavilion to call your own. Madeline rolled her eyes and turned her attention back to her husband. She'd never liked the smelly sellsword, especially the way he looked at her. When it came to dress, attitude, and words, she knew how to drive men wild, and in doing so, control them. When it came to Torgar, though, she never felt that control. Instead, she felt like he was the one ready to dominate her. Status and repercussions be damned. "What about Maynard and that fat Connington fellow?" she asked. "Will they bring their wealth out of the walls and join us here in the wild?" "We're within spitting distance of the walls," Torgar said. "This ain't the wild, woman."
"Remember what I said about your tongue and the ravens?" asked Laurie. "Think on that for a while, and leave me be with my wife. Oh, and find Taras. He's probably getting friendly with the camp followers."
"As you wish," Torgar said with an exaggerated bow. "Must you make him so involved in your decisions?" Madeline complained after the sellsword was gone.
"His usefulness makes up for any of his faults,"
Laurie said. The wagon jostled and slowed, so Laurie pulled back a bit. He looked around as he did, then swore.
"Forgive me, I must go. The wagon leaders are unaware of our change of destination."
Madeline watched him ride around the wagon and out of sight. She tucked her legs underneath her knees, realizing she would see more of the fading sun than she'd prefer over the next couple of days. The journey north from Angelport had been far from pleasant, even with the cushions and the company of her servant girls in the giant wagon. They were so excited by arriving at the city that she'd forced them away so she could have a moment of peace. The lady gazed around at the multitude of gently sloping hills covered with grass that grew up to the thigh. Hopefully that thick a bed of grass would soften the rocks that seemed to lurk everywhere just below the soil. She and Laurie had made love once on the grass during their journey north, and her back had ached for days because of it. She'd rather be bedded on a plank of nails. At least that way the pain would be uniform across her body. She felt unease growing in her stomach. Seeing the many hills, void of walls, lampposts, and guards, seemed to have awoken an old fear within her. It was one thing to trust her guards. It was another to lock her door and bar it with a thick plank of wood. Here she would have— what had Torgar called it? A fine pavilion to call her own? She couldn't lock a pavilion. By the abyss, they didn't even have doors to shut, just thick flaps. "They've been told," Laurie said as he came back, startling her. "Something amiss?" he asked when he saw her jump. "No, only thinking. Are you sure this is wise? With the thief guild still trying so hard to survive, wouldn't it be safer in our state?" Laurie settled his horse into a gentle trot that matched the wagon's speed. "Truth be told, I think we'll need to be diligent no matter where we hold the Kensgold. But do you know what I see when I look at those hills? I see no rooftops for assassins to hang from. I see no shadows in which to hide. I see no crawl spaces, basements, hidden ways, or forgotten doors. Whatever traps Thren and his pets have planned for me, I know damn well they weren't made with wide-open fields in mind. I'd much rather have my room, our room, in our mansion, safely tucked in city walls," Madeline insisted. "Do you desire tight spaces so strongly?" he asked, frowning. Madeline sighed. "I don't know. Perhaps when your camp is made I'll change my mind. Just promise me, if I desire to return to the city, you will let me go? I can take some of the sellswords, and I doubt I will be hard-pressed to find a legion of servants and working girls wishing to come with me." Before her husband could make such a promise, they were interrupted by the damned barbarian. "I've found the boy," Torgar shouted as he rode up from the south. "A boy no longer," Laurie said, turning to greet them. Terrace Keenan rode beside Torgar, looking more the son of the sellsword than of the thin noble. He was on the cusp of his 17th birthday, and had spent every day of their slow trek to Veldaren practicing with the mercenaries. More annoying to Madeline, he had grown rather fond of Torgar and chosen him as his favored teacher and sparring partner. "Until I fight a man in honest combat, I'll still be a boy," said Terrace. "That sounds like Torgar talking," Madeline said, her tone disapproving. "It is only a gentle reminder to you that I'll still be your precious child for a little while longer," Terrace said, smiling. "Good to know you have your mother's tongue instead of Torgar's, at least," Laurie said. "But now I have something a bit more important for you, Torgar. Go to both the Connington and Gemcroft estates and invite them to our lovely hills. Do your best to convince them. Remind them it is my year to host, and they cannot refuse a place given once I have tables down and food to eat." "Mention food, and we'll get Leon down here, even if it's in the middle of a pigsty," Torgar said with a deep laugh. "Heard he's having a hard time getting his delicacies with all the guilds running amok. Shall I bring the boy with me on my duties, my lord?" Madeline's glare was a clear no, and that was enough to make up Laurie's mind. "Aye, you should," he said. "Remember, Terrace, I have given Torgar charge in these matters, not you, so do not contradict him unless absolutely necessary." Terrace could hardly contain his excitement. He hadn't been to Carrick's City of Stone since he was 9, and had asked questions of the place without ceasing on their ride. "Come," he shouted to Torgar. "The city's waiting for us." He galloped off, the sellsword dashing after. Madeline scowled and looked away. When Laurie saw this, he frowned again and this time did not try to curb his temper. "He must learn responsibility in these matters," he said. "Dealing with the other members of the Trifect will do him good." "It'll do him dead," Madeline said. "You send your own son into Veldaren with a single mercenary to guard his back? We'll find them rotting in the sewers, all because you'd rather camp under stars and save yourself an orc scrap of coin." "Mind your tongue," Laurie said. For a minute they rode in silence. Laurie's horse trotting slowly behind the wagon as Madeline sat with crossed arms atop her cushions. When the wagon halted suddenly, Laurie veered to one side. They'd come to the first of the hills, and slowly the lead riders were heading off into the high grass, moving carefully with men on foot scouting ahead to make sure no holes or sudden dips threatened their wagon wheels.
"We're here," Laurie said. "We'll have a comfortable camp set up for you in no time."
"No, you won't," Madeline said. "I'm going home. Our real home." When Laurie glared, she glared back. The man swished his tongue from side to side as if swallowing something distasteful.
"I will miss you dearly," he said. "But go to the city if you must. I'll get you an escort. 2 armed men traveling together may not appeal much to the mob, but a gaggle of servant girls and a noble lady in her litter will prove a different matter entirely."
He rode away in a far fouler mood than when he'd returned from the gate. Thren led the way, the rest of his guild following, minus Haern and Senke, who were still busy cleaning blood off the floor. They weaved through Merchant Way, their hands for once staying out of foreign pockets. The riots would soon be there. Thren had personally started 2 fires, and his men had started 3 more. They did not burn homes. They torched the storehouses, rendering food all the more precious. Butcher after butcher retreated into his shop, persuaded through either coin or dagger. Bakers fared no better. They either shut their ovens down for a day, or shut them down forever.
"The tradesmen will point their fingers at you once this day is done,"
Kayla said as she traveled beside him. Thren only laughed. "After this day is done, I don't care. Today we need hunger and riots." With quick hand gestures, Thren positioned his men up and down the road. In every corner, in every stall, the Spider Guild occupied Merchant Way. Thren stood at the intersection with Castle Road, the main throughway that led north to south from the wall to the castle. A few of his most trusted men had discarded their cloaks and joined the hungry, complaining masses in the south. If they did their jobs, the riots would surge north at a frightening pace. For 20 minutes they waited. Thren kept his hood pulled low, and he smiled at those who noticed him. He felt unafraid. Only a full troop of mercenaries would give him concern. Beside him was a modest jeweler selling baubles in preparation for the Kensgold. Accompanying Laurie Keenan to Veldaren would be a host of camp followers, not to mention the many servant girls, dancers, and singers. Every one of the jeweler's trinkets was sold with the promise of irresistible allure to those women. "My things are safe?" the bald jeweler asked him at one point. Thren nodded. "You've been good to me, Maffey," the guild master said. "When I draw my sword, take your merchandise and go." More minutes crawled by. The only tense moment was when a squad of mercenaries marched through. They didn't give the grey cloaks a second look, instead hurrying on toward the castle. Thren scratched at his chin, his signal to leave them be. A chorus of shouts rose from the south. Thren looked down Castle Road and was pleased at the sight. Over 400 made up the first wave. He recognized one of their shouts as an anthem Senke had devised. "Bread or blood!" they shouted. One or the other, they'd have it, and Thren knew which one he preferred. He drew his sword and placed the tip by his right foot. All down Merchant Way, grey cloaks did the same. Maffey saw it, shoved his cheap jewelry into a burlap sack, and bolted into his home directly behind his stall. "Bread or blood!" Thren shouted as the mob reached him. "Bread or blood!" the mob shouted in return, led by spies of the Spider Guild. The mob had meant to travel north to the castle, but through skillful prodding turned down Merchant Way instead. Stalls for bakers and meat carvers were empty and unguarded, and as the mobs passed, grey cloaks kicked and tore them apart. Given a taste of carnage, the mob wanted more. More of Thren's men appeared, holding lit torches and shouting angrily. More stalls were tipped over, wagons burned, donkeys bled out, their mournful screeches haunting the chaos. The crowd swelled in number, joined by looters, bullies, and the cold-hearted who felt power in the mob. A human swarm. They tore Merchant Way to pieces. Fires spread along the houses, yet no men came rushing with buckets. Thren personally set fire to Maffey's house. Those pathetic trinkets were a disgrace, and even worse, he'd paid a pittance for protection compared to the money he drained from the desperate and the clueless. "Stay safe," Thren said, the demonic grin on his face flickering in the light of the fire. He whistled long and loud. Their work was done. Guards had begun pouring in from the north, chasing away the looters and rioters with shield and blade. At first, some resisted, but the men of the Spider Guild shouted false cries of fear and fled. When blood spilled across the streets, the rest followed. It would take several hours to put out the fires. Merchant Way looked like an army had invaded. Laurie Keenan would have his greeting, and if Thren was lucky, they'd thrash his wagons, harass his mercenaries, and steal ungodly amounts of his food. One of his men came rushing in from the west. Thren recognized him as Tweed, a simple yet skillful man he'd appointed to watch for the Keenan's approach.
"Problems? We got plenty now,"
Tweed said, talking with a lisp.
"Keenan's not coming inside. The rest are going after him."
Thren pulled him off the main road, certain he had misheard due to the horrid commotion. "Tell me again," Thren said. "Make it clear."
"I've seen them, the Keenans, putting up big tents and circling their wagons," said Tweed. "Looks like the new taxes set them off. They ain't going to see the riots, only hear about them."
Thren's jaw clenched tight. He sheathed his sword and grabbed Tweed by the shoulder. "Answer me carefully," he said. "Did you see anyone from the caravans come inside? Anyone at all?"
"I saw some before I leaped off the wall,"
Tweed said, looking a little nervous.
"Not many. A soldier here, a boy there. Only large group with some women surrounded by a few guards. I thought they was just some mercs taking their whores in to look for beds and drinks."
"You did good, Tweed," Thren said, releasing his shoulder. "Hurry back to the gate and watch for any other large groups. Report to me immediately if you see any." Thren looked about, calling over members of the Spider Guild with his hand. He wished Senke were with him, and he felt foolish for leaving such a sharp-witted man behind to babysit his son while important matters were afoot. There was a chance the group of women and soldiers was nothing, but his gut told him otherwise. Once he had about 5 men beside him, he gave his orders, trusting them to relay the message throughout the guild.
"Only alive?"
one asked when Thren was done. "Death causes anger and sadness," Thren told them. "Capture inspires horror and desperation. Cut a single strand of her hair, and I'll scalp you. I want Madeline Keenan as a hostage, not a corpse." Chapter 24. They'd been inside the city for less than a minute when they saw the first sign of riots.
"Look there,"
said Susan as she pointed above the houses to their right.
"Is that smoke?"
"Looks like someone better be grabbing some buckets," said Nigel, an older mercenary missing half his teeth. He'd been put in charge of seeing Madeline safely to her estate. "What say you, Susie? Shouldn't you get to running?" he asked, smiling a gapped smile.
"Let the houses burn, long as they aren't ours,"
Susan said with a huff. "Never let a fire burn, for the next home that catches could be your own," Madeline said, feeling lightheaded. The walk from their wagons to the city had been lengthy and steep. After so long riding in wagons and on horses, the exercise was unwelcome. The sweat on her fine clothing made it stick to her body. cold and uncomfortable. She'd almost taken a litter, but Laurie had insisted the added attention would be ill-advised with so many thieves and ruffians running loose in the city. Still, her litter had curtains and walls, something she sorely missed amid her serving women and houseguards. Holding a hand to her face, she looked at the smoke curling into the air. "Several fires," she said. "Either it spread, or they were started on purpose." "Leave it to friend to give you such a welcome," said Nigel. "That's not our place, is it?" one of the other girls asked, suddenly worried. Madeline rolled her eyes. "Wrong part of the city. Your mind moves as slow as tree sap. Did you think you'd be the first to realize our home was ablaze?" The girl blushed and stepped away from Madeline, toward the outer ring of servants that surrounded her. "Sorry, milady," she murmured. "Lay off the brat," Nigel said. "I was thinking the same thing myself. Not everyone has been to the estate. It's been, 2 years since we've returned?" "4," Madeline said, her voice tired. "At least for me. I let Laurie attend the last Kensgold alone. I tired of cloaks and daggers long ago." The 12 mercenaries encircled the women as they marched. When they reached the start of Merchant Way, they drew their weapons. "What in Carrick's name happened here?" one of them asked. It seemed the wind had shifted, so the smoke now blew in their faces. Stalls lay smashed, their signs broken and their boards cracked as if by hammers. The windows of every store were shattered. Fires had consumed a block of 5 stores on the north side, with 3 more along the south. Castle guards stood around the smoking wreckage, killing the flames, while men and women arrived carrying buckets of water pumped from Veldaren's wells. "Not good," Nigel said. "We're in the middle of Veldaren with no clue what's going on. We should have waited, damn it. Should have sent someone to make sure things were calm." "Too late for second-guessing," Madeline said, feeling his nervousness catching. "The estate's not far, and soldiers are about. But just in case, keep your swords drawn and take no nonsense from anyone. I don't mind arriving at home with blood on my clothes, so long as the blood is not mine." They continued traveling down Merchant Way, approaching the wealthy eastern district. The closer they came to the center of the city, the more eyes watched their passing. Madeline wondered how many belonged to spies of the thief guilds. Half? None? All? She thought all the most likely. "We're not far now," she said aloud, trying to calm the girls around her. Most of them were younger than she, and they felt vulnerable despite the soldiers. They were not used to having so many eyes leering angrily at them. Madeline clutched her hands tightly against her waist. Let the peons seethe with jealousy. She had earned her wealth, on her back as much as her feet. Laurie had fought tooth and nail to keep the wealth he had, as had the entire Keenan family line. She would not feel pity or guilt for the standing that was rightfully hers. "It's in the Eastern District," Madeline continued. "Merchant Way ends in a fork at Iron and Cross. Not far up Cross Street is our estate. We'll be safe there." The girls seemed to calm a little, although Madeline's mind raced. She had seen several men following them, all wearing cloaks of gray. "Gray is the Spider Guild?" she whispered to Nigel. "Believe so," Nigel said, his eyes darting about as frantically as Madeline's. "Could also be the Ash. Your dress might just get that blood you wanted, milady." "Not wanted," she said, "but I'll endure if I must. Watch the rooftops as well. Spiders cling to rafters just as well as they hide under rocks." A few of the gathered men and women shouted insults. "Whores! Hoarding bastards! Cowards!" The mercenaries raised their swords and cursed back. The first few skittered away, but more and more gathered to follow them. Madeline felt the hairs rising on the back of her neck. There was something deliberate about the way the small crowd seemed to stalk them. More curses were hurled their way, but the mercenaries let them be. Soon they started having to push their way through. Nothing serious, Nothing overtly deliberate, just a man standing in the center moving away too slowly, or a woman with her wash who refused to budge. Two men rolled dice in the center of the street. Each wore a gray cloak. They looked up from their game, pulled their cloaks back to reveal their daggers, and then let them fall.
"Push through 'em?"
asked Nigel. Madeline looked about. She felt as if she walked through a forest of dry tinder, and every person traveling with her carried a blazing torch. A single false move meant fire.
"We're starving!"
shouted a young man in dirty clothes. "Bread or blood!" was the answer from someone unseen within the crowd. "Move around them," Madeline said, her decision made. "Do it quickly. I can almost see our gate." "I see the Reaper's eyes," said one of the men as Madeline's group passed. She glanced down at the dice. Each showed a 1. They reached the fork at Iron and Cross. The south path on Iron Road seemed bare and quiet, but Cross bustled with a waiting gang of 20. It seemed a merchant with a load of bread had been assaulted, his cart toppled. He lay unconscious, his face covered with bruises. With shouts of "Food!" more and more came their way, jostling the mercenaries and smothering them with noise. As the people rushed past, one slid a knife through the side of a mercenary. He crumpled, his pained cry the only alert they had. 2 more dropped, blood spurting from cut throats.
"Stay back!"
Nigel shouted, cutting down a woman who had dared step too close. Her blood coated his armor.
"All of you, stay back!"
The rest of the mercenaries took his cue, swinging wildly at any who came too close. Their progress slowed to a crawl, and with one of their own fallen, the mob turned their attention from the bread to the blood. "Murderers!" another unseen man cried.
"Butchers!"
shouted another, this a woman with raven hair cut short. She wore the gray of the Spider Guild. When she saw Madeline looking over at her, she shot her a wink and a smile. None of the mercenaries carried shields, so when rocks pelted them, they could only duck. Susan collapsed, a heavy stone cutting across her temple. 2 more servant girls fell screaming, bleeding from their mouths and noses. Once they were outside the protective circle of the mercenaries, the crowd assaulted them. They tore off their clothes, cut their hair, and smeared them with mud. "Don't look back," Madeline told the others. "Hurry for the gate, and for the love of Asher, don't look back." The screams of the other girls spurred them on. They fled north on Cross Street, past the toppled cart, and deep into the wealthy Eastern District. Madeline's eyes lingered on a dead merchant's body lying beside what must have once been his wares. Cross Street appeared empty but for a single man standing in the center. He lowered his hood as he approached, his body wrapped in the thick fabric of his gray cloak. "Madeline Keenan?" the man said, a pleased smile on his face. "It is so good to meet you." The shouts of the mob seemed to have dimmed behind them. The mercenaries stepped closer together, and their pace slowed once more. "What business have you with me?" she asked, her glare at Nigel urging him onward. "I am Thren Fellhorn. Everything and everyone inside Veldaren is my business." The mercenary stopped completely. "What is it you want?" she asked him, struggling to keep her composure. "Ransom? Or perhaps words of truce or surrender?" Thren laughed. "I want your husband tearing at his tunic and dusting his head with ashes. I want your family praying desperately for your return. Do you know who they'll pray to when they do? I'll be the one who determines your death or release. They'll be praying to me." Men in gray cloaks stepped out from houses and alleys, and even fell from the rooftops.
"Surrounded,"
Nigel whispered as he counted.
"And at least 20. Make an offer, milady. We won't win this fight."
"I have nothing to offer other than myself," Madeline said.
"You have armor and a blade. Do your job."
"Whatever she is paying you cannot be worth your life," Thren said. A few of his men stepped closer, while others drew loaded crossbows and aimed them at the mercenaries. Their strings were thick, and the bolts thicker. Nigel was certain they would pierce right through his chainmail. "Forget this," said one of the mercenaries. He threw down his sword. Before he could take a step, Nigel stabbed him in the back and kicked his body to the dirt. He pointed the bloody blade at Thren, then saluted. Thren nodded, and the rest of the Spider Guild took heed of the message. The mercenary captain was for their guildmaster to kill. At the twang of the first crossbow, Nigel lunged. Thren drew his short swords, swinging them in a dance that was beautiful to behold. 2 more mercenaries fell, their vitals punctured by crossbow bolts. The serving women screamed. Madeline drew a dagger from her sash, determined to bloody the first man who touched her. The remaining house guards defended as best they could, their thick armor deflecting the stabs of the daggers, but they were horribly outnumbered and doomed to fall, and both sides knew it. Nigel wielded his bastard sword with both hands, needing the grip to hang on when Thren smacked it aside with his blades. Madeline knew the mercenary captain was an experienced fighter of many battles, and had even participated in the winter war between Kerr and Mordan. But compared to armored men in thick lines, Thren was like a ghost. Every swing Nigel made seemed to cut air. Blood splattered across his armor. His wrist had been cut, yet Madeline had no clue how. Nigel stepped back and thrust. Thren parried with his left hand, then stepped forward and slashed with his right. Desperate, Nigel twisted so the blow would strike the thin pauldron atop his shoulder. It did, and the pain was brutal, but the deep bruise was far better than the gash it would have given his neck. Behind him, a few of the serving girls dashed away. Crossbow bolts tore into their backs. Another fell, a rogue slicing her ankle with his dagger before unbuckling his belt. He was on top of her in moments, not caring that several of the mercenaries remained alive. No longer caring for her safety, Madeline leaped from the group. Her dagger stabbed the man's neck. Blood gushed across his armor, and swearing softly, he rolled over and died. "Oh, gods!" the young girl sobbed. Madeline took her face in her hands and pressed their foreheads together. Blood covered them both, and its sickly sweet aroma was all she could smell. "Hush now," Madeline told the girl. "Hush. We'll be fine. We'll all be fine." Meanwhile, Nigel unleashed a storm of curses at Thren, hoping to distract him. He'd retreated several steps. His shoulder ached, and he'd avoided death twice by the sheer thickness of his chainmail. Breathing was difficult. Thren, however, was still smiling. He had not a drop of blood on him. "Are you ready?" Thren asked, suddenly hopping backward and letting his cloak fall forward to hide his weapons. "For what?" Nigel asked. "On the count of 3, I'll kill you," Thren said. "Overconfident ass." Madeline watched, desperately hoping the mercenary would pull off a stunning victory. Thren swayed left to right, as if waiting. Nigel lunged with the greater reach of his sword, hoping to catch him off guard. Instead, Thren smoothly parried to the side. "One," he said, stepping forward with his left foot. Nigel looped his sword around above his head and struck for Thren's neck. The rogue stepped forward again, blocking with his short sword. 2. His foot curled around Nigel's. Their weight connected. Thren lunged forward, slamming his elbow into Nigel's face. The mercenary captain went down. A short sword stabbed through the crease of his chainmail underneath his armpit and into his chest. 3. "Not dead yet," Nigel said, his voice sounding wet. Thren laughed. "A worthy attitude," he said as he kicked the blade from Nigel's hand. "Would you care to work for me? Or die like the rest of your men?" Nigel chuckled even as blood dripped down his lips. "Cut my damn head off already," he said. "I ain't going to eternity as a traitor." Thren shrugged as if it didn't matter to him either way. He pulled his sword out, raised its tip, and prepared to thrust it into Nigel's throat. Before she could witness the execution, Madeline saw a great burst of white, so powerful her eyes ached. She turned away, unable to watch. All around she heard voices shouting, many of them panicked, and then she heard singing. As her vision returned, she saw Thren was gone. Nearby, the rest of the serving girls sobbed, as did the petrified girl still in her arms. A man stepped over to her and looked into her eyes. His bald head was smooth and rounded, as were his large ears. His mouth was pulled into a tight frown. "Are you two all right?" he asked. "Yes," Madeline said, her voice quivering. All around she saw men in similar garb, white robes with gold chains. "Yes, we are." "Good." And then he left her, instead going to Nigel's side. "Hold still," the man said to him. He put his hands through the armor and against the wound on his chest. Nigel coughed. "Madeline?" "The noblewoman?" the stranger asked. Nigel nodded weakly. "I'm here," Madeline said, still cradling the serving girl. "I'm well." "Brave, too, considering what she had to do. Be quiet. I must say my prayers without interruption." The man closed his eyes and whispered words that Madeline could not understand. White light glowed as if his skin were luminescent. The bleeding in Nigel's chest stopped. When he coughed again, the cough was dry and healthy. "Who are you?" Madeline asked as Nigel slumped into a sudden, peaceful sleep. "Cailan, High Priest of Ashur," he said, turning to offer her a hand. "And as of now, consider yourself and your charges under my protection." Chapter 25. Ethric had been involved in many riots, but he'd never seen one created so spontaneously out of so little. Someone's hands were certainly behind it, and the manipulation involved left him impressed. He walked down the middle of the open street, almost euphoric at the chaos. Carrick, being a god of order before his banishment by Celestia, should have frowned upon such activities, but Ethric felt them lift his heart. The only thing worse than chaos was false order, the kind established by faithless kings and the worshippers of Ashur. Let chaos burn down the falsehood like fire upon a crumbling home. From the ashes, he and his kind would build anew. At the western gate he came across a filthy beggar sitting beside the road. He was blind, and before him was a clay pot. Ethric watched as a chubby merchant wearing red and purple silks atop his tunic tossed in a handful of coins. Before the merchant could escape, the dark paladin was there, grabbing his arm while stabbing his sword into the pot. "Let go of me!" the merchant shouted as he tried to wrench his arm away. Ethric's grip did not loosen. When he pulled the sword out of the pot, the sharp tip had pierced through the center of one of the coins. "What charity is this?" Ethric asked as black fire surrounded the blade. "Help for those less fortunate," said the chubby man as he looked around for someone to aid him. There were none. Everyone recognized Ethric's black armor, the dark flame of his blade, and the white lion's skull painted on his breastplate. Just like the priests of Carrick, the paladins were forbidden from entering Veldaren, but when inside they were never seen. Better to safely ignore the darkness than call it out and risk death. "Shall you buy your way into eternity?" asked Ethric. The coin slowly melted, the copper dripping down the length of the blade, bubbling and popping. "If copper to a blind man saves your soul, imagine your rewards if you threw gold to the feet of a truly holy man." "You're evil," the merchant said. Ethric felt impressed by his courage. "Evil?" he asked. He ripped the silks from the man's tunic and held them aloft. "You parade before a blind man in wealth that could feed him for years while tossing him a pittance you will never miss. That is not piety. That is disgusting." He turned and rammed the silk into the blind man's pot. The merchant stood with his hands shaking, his eyes torn between the dark paladin and the silk.
"No fighting. Have mercy. A kindness is a kindness, no matter the size,"
the blind man said, trying to diffuse the situation. Ethric only smiled and gestured to the pot. His sword still burned with fire. "What is more important to you?" he asked the rich man. "Your wealth, or your supposed bribes to the fates?" When the merchant reached down for the silk, Ethric cut him down. With 2 vicious hacks he separated the head and dumped it atop the pot. The blood poured freely, ruining the silk and drenching the few coins within. "Gifts are always repaid in blood," Ethric said to the blind man. "Altruism is a delusion. Grace is weakness masked in lies." By now a crowd had surrounded him, shouting and pointing angrily. The dark paladin smiled, and when he stretched out his sword, the people made him a path. With so many swarming the streets, it took a good while for the city guard to arrive. He heard the distant commotion behind him, but felt no fear that they might come searching. They would hear his description and know him for what he was. That alone would prevent any real search. No city guard was dumb enough to challenge a paladin of Carrick, not without an army at its back. Despite the delay, Ethric's mood remained good. He had very little to work with in his search for the faceless women, but Pellerak had given him one tangible lead. On the inside of the wall, about half a mile north of the western gate, Pellerak had told him of a crack. It was wide, running lengthwise along the stones of the wall like a lone bolt of lightning. If Pellerak ever needed to contact the faceless women in urgency, he had an apprentice leave a note in the crack while the stars were bright. By morning it had be gone. Ethric found the crack, looking exactly as it had been described to him. The street was quiet, modest homes with immodest fences on either side. They appeared new, most likely built after Thren's little war had started. He removed his glove and put his hand against the deepest part of the crack. A smile lit up his face. His lengthy training had attuned his body to all things magical, both clerical and wizardly in nature. Deep inside the crack was a simple alert spell, one that would send warning to the caster whenever the ward was tripped. The faceless women would never need to check, yet would always know when they had a message and could retrieve it before the dawn. Seeing beauty in the spell's simplicity, Ethric reminded himself to treat his foes with greater respect. Deciding to treat simplicity with simplicity, he found a large rock and shoved it into the crack, tripping the ward. Now the only question that remained was how long it'd take one of the women to arrive. Since he'd placed the message in the middle of the day, they'd certainly know something was amiss. "Patience serves the wise," Ethric said, finding himself a seat beside a fence. He leaned his back against the bars. He was out of sight of any travelers on the road, and he doubted the owner of the home would be stupid enough to call him out from his position. All he had to do was watch and wait. At some point he must have fallen asleep. Ethric remembered no dreams, but when his eyes snapped open he felt a distinct disorientation at the loss of daylight. The sun was barely visible through a pale scattering of clouds as it hovered above the western wall of the city. Ethric knew he had awakened because of his finely honed instincts. At first he saw no intruders and heard no footsteps. But he was hunting skillful prey, and lack of sight and sound meant nothing. He looked to the wall. The rock wedged inside the crack was gone. "I thought you'd wait until dark," Ethric said as he stood. His hand reached for the hilt of his sword. A dagger slid through a crease of his armor by his shoulder blades and pressed against unprotected flesh before he could. "It seems the priests have grown desperate," he heard a voice behind him say. "A dark paladin alone in Veldaren in broad daylight?
Will they soon announce their existence to the land? Or are they just hoping a mob will kill you?